participation economy, lack of people to wider participation economy, lack of people to wider participation economy, lack of
igama ndikusangweni umhlikithi ndikwa-ward 30 ucendane phantsi komnquma municipality. Into endiyenzayo mna
President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver the last State of the Nation address of the 6th Parliament to a joint sitting of Parliament on Thursday, 8th February 2024. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. During Sona, the President also highlights achievements, flags challenges, and outlines interventions that the government will undertake to unlock development interventions for the coming financial year. Watch the address live across Parliament's platforms at 7 p.m. Follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag Sona 2024. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better. The President will deliver the State of the Nation address on Thursday, the 8th February 2024 at 7 p.m. at the Cape Town City Hall. Watch the State of the Nation address 2024 live across Parliament's platforms. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better. The State of the Nation address will be held on Thursday, the 8th of February, followed by 2 days of debate on 13 and 14 February, and concluding with the reply by the President on 15 February. The State of the Nation address, commonly referred to as Sona, is one of the most important annual events in the parliamentary calendar. It is an integral part of Parliament's oversight function over the executive. Watch the address live across Parliament's platforms at 7 p.m. Follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag Sona 2024. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better.
Well, welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us. We are, of course, still building up to the President's State of the Nation address, which he will be delivering at 7 p.m. this evening. We've been having conversations since 8 a.m. this morning, reflecting on the trajectory, South Africa's transformative trajectory since 1994 to where we are right now. We've had perspectives as well from our presiding officers. The Speaker of the National Assembly was with us this morning to talk about the state of readiness. The Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces was also with us, including our House chairpersons. Indeed, we have confirmation that we are indeed ready to host a successful State of the Nation address this evening. With that said, I am now joined by the Director of the Parliamentary Budget Office, Dr. Dumisani Jantjies, to talk to us a little bit about South Africa's development trajectory from 1994 to where we are right now. Dr. Jantjies, welcome to the platform, and thank you very much for making the time to be with us.
Thank you so much for having me, and I really appreciate it to be us as well.
Okay, fantastic. We've had a lot of conversations with most of our Chapter 9s, with the heads of our Chapter 9 institutions this morning, and they were basically just talking about the impact of their work, not only the impact of their work, but how that feeds into strengthening democracy. And when we look at our democracy is not just a system in a vacuum. It is about us ensuring that we use state resources and that we re-engineer the broader state machinery to transform and to change, to positively impact and change the quality of life of ordinary South Africans. Talk to us firstly about, as we reflect on this 30-year trajectory, what was the what was the context, what was the size of the South African economy prior to 1994, and as we obviously moved over into our new democratic dispensation, what kind of shifts took place since then?
Thank you so much. It's a very good discussions, and I've listened to discussion with other Chapter 9 institutions. Very interesting. I think what I like answering this question a lot, I start by reflecting that our colonization, our segregation in South Africa was more about exclusionary, in a way that you see majority of society were excluded from getting services from government, excluded from investment from government, excluded from participating in a labor market, was excluded from wider issues which democratic government had to really deal with at the beginning, to say majority of South Africans were excluded in getting basic services, were not able to participate. Small, medium enterprises then were not invested in, where majority community black people lived. There was an investment infrastructure. Even our economy then was a lot reliant on export of mineral products, which mainly account for 10% of our GDP. So there's quite a lot of exclusionary measures that are in place where democratic government to deal with, say, how, and particularly also look at the economy size, that white dominated conglomerates were controlling the entire commerce industry in the country. And clearly, the work was a lot to say what policy put in place to try to first redress this exclusionary, to ensure that basic services of government can reach wider community society. And for me, that's a good start to say a lot has been achieved in terms of dealing with exclusionary. You see a lot of investment. When you look at the data from Stats, it does show that now number of households lives in formal dwellings, more than 80%. More than 80% of society households have electricity, access to electricity. More than 60% or so, 70% have access to pipe water. But also now you see a lot of fight to try to also transform the economy by putting a lot of structures. One example would be the Competition Commission, which is one of the success of our dispensation over the years, where we try to deal with conglomerates and the concentration economy and try to deal with those. We see a lot of investments. During 1994, when you look at the level of investment by government and public corporations are quite low. As a result, not many people were able to be employed, and we've seen a lot of investment by government, public corporations, but also private sector has invested a lot. But also one of the issues that you see from what you've seen before democracy, even still persistent now, is access to credit. Small and medium enterprises could not access to privileged credits or any support for their business. We've seen some of the space being created. However, we still see some of the difficulties still persist within the space. So I think a lot has been achieved, particularly when you look at where we are during 1994, as you just take a snapshot at that.
Indeed. So when we're talking about the structure of the economy prior to 1994, and as we now transition into the new economy, we know that we are relying on the tax base, tax revenue to be able to fund projects, our transformation projects. So talk to us about how we then shifted as we then started our new transformative agenda trajectory in 1994. What was the size of the economy, and what were the key sectors that were supposed to drive economic growth? And of course, we also have to think about the fact that prior to 1994, the pie was a certain size, but the people that were being catered for was a smaller number of people. What then happens if you're looking now at the size of the economy, where you now have the same pie, but you don't have nearly enough, to cater for the masses of people that have been excluded?
Yes. I've got a number, it's in US dollars, but maybe the simplest way is to say, I think our economy has grown by 4 or 5 folds since then. So you can imagine whatever it was, I think it was 186 billion US dollars. Now we're currently sitting at more than $500 billion. It's quite a lot of growth of our economy over time. But I think one of the...
But is that sufficient for the number of people that we have? And especially if we link that to other challenges such as unemployment, the high levels of unemployment and poverty and inequality.
Yes. I was going to come to that point, because one of the bigger challenges that we see, I like saying we have a more of a macroeconomic challenge as a society, as an economy, a lot. When you look at 25, 30 years horizon, we realize that as a country, we spend far less as a percentage of government expenditure, as a percentage of GDP, is far less compared to OECD countries that are quite more advanced, but we spend less. Even revenue size, what we've created as revenue, as an economy, has been far less than what other G20 or OECD countries have been. So what it says is that there probably has to be a lot of investment from government, from public corporations, but also from private sector, in ensuring that we grow the economy. Because when you look at the literature, employment are often created by the development of the economy or the growth of the economy, or by also investing a lot in more productive sector of economy. Look at manufacturing, look at far much more secondary sector of economy. And that's where, because those sectors can also create more linkages with other two sectors of economy. But over the years, we've seen a lot of the sector, particularly manufacturing, shrinking. When you look at the employment, we lost a lot of employment from manufacturing. A lot to do with how much we invested, or we spent a lot of time to try to create more investment in the sector, or supporting more productive sectors of the economy. And
I've had a conversation earlier with the public protector. She was talking about some of the issues that the Office of the Public Protector is concerned with, and one of those issues is, yes, a lot of people in the country who are unable to look after themselves are dependent on the state, to survive, right? On social grants and so forth. And of course, if we're looking at this now, we're talking about the kind of South Africa we want to create. We're talking about building a thriving economy. And if we're looking at, yes, we know that government is doing a lot, and that we must be appreciative of. that the poor and vulnerable do have some kind of like support from government.
Yep.
But the structure of the economy has not shifted. We know that there are good plans in place and good policy constructs in place, but we have not nearly made the kind of shifts that we're supposed to, should have made by now. And talking about the issue of industrialization, you know, which is also linked to this idea of a developmental state, that you cannot grow, you cannot meaningfully transform your country and implement what your plans, these priorities, grand plans that we have, beautiful plans by the way, without actually having a robust and aggressive industrialization strategy and small business strategy and so forth. What are some of the key things that need to happen to actually move us forward? Because clearly, from a constitutional perspective, from a rights-based, a human rights-based, a rights-based, broadly speaking, perspective, we have that. We've got the policy positions. We've got the key pieces of legislation.
Sure.
What is it that has to happen as we now forecast going into the next 30 years? What has to happen to accelerate us forward?
That requires a lot of time to unpack that, but I think our analysis has shown, Dr. Vulan, that during the time where we created more employment, I think the period between 2003 and 2011, more or less, maybe more, 2013, but more so later time it was dying down. That time, we had serious investment going into economy. Government investments were growing by double digits, you know. Private sector investment was also growing in a very high number. Public sector, public corporations as well, investment was quite high. But also government consumption itself was growing at quite a high level, and also real consumption, government expenditure was growing quite high. And clearly, within that understanding was that money was going to the economy, was be able to create more economic activities. And I think post-2013, we've seen a lot of reduction in investments, which in a way, when I started earlier on, I said we had a very underinvestment in the pre-COVID-19. We've seen today as we speak, we see some level of investment very low at that level. And it's not surprising that we're not able to create a lot of jobs that we want to create. We're creating jobs, we're creating economy, but it's more in a very stable way as opposed to more radical, as you say, in a big way, try to create some of the investment. And I've seen recently a lot of creation of other sectors, which now, like your energy sector, a lot of work happening, taking place, creating more sectors that could create more jobs. But I think a lot in our analysis we've shown that we need a lot of investment. Government needs to continue consuming, because that investment in our analysis shows that you also crowd in private investment, also able to create more opportunities. Of course, the issue to say, where will this money come from to investing? You know, it's a very good question. But I think if you understand that see there's investment, like for example, the spending on social grants, it's a very important policy. I like emphasizing this very importantly. The social grants is a very important measure by government that has been seen by other countries as a very good example, because it provides so much safety net. And that is to be seen more as an investment in supporting localized economies.
It goes back into the economy.
Absolutely. And I think by spending less or investing less as government, as private corporations, automatically we'll see less economic activities, people employed. And of course, we need to deal with governance issues, you know, the issue of governance and efficiencies. But I think the bigger question is the issue of how much we invest, but also the second component of the macroeconomic relates to the monetary policy as well, to say how much is private. There's a clear positive correlations between extension of credit to private sector and investment in the economy. So in a way, if you see more private sector, small medium, if they get more money, they're able to reinvest it back to economy. Now, if they can't get credit, definitely it means there will be less investment. So that's another aspect that I raised earlier on, that we've seen that a credit short-term, long-term interest rate has been quite higher than G20 countries or even OECD countries over a period of time of democracy. And those are some of the issues that require a lot of policy intervention, which again, our argument is say you need both a balance of supply-side support and the demand-side support of the economy, which will be able to make a pie quite bigger, as you rightfully said, as opposed to just focusing solely on the supply side where you fix the supply side as well. So I think we need both supply and demand side of the economy to be enhanced. and to get us where we want to be. And I hope we'll see a lot of those in the next discussions, but also in the next administration as well.
My final question, Dr. Jantjies, as we conclude our conversation, really is about how do we then ensure, I mean, there's all these institutions supporting democracy. I mean, your role is very important. The role of your office, the FFC, very, very important in terms of how the budget is allocated. And I spoke to one of our chairpersons, when was it, during our adjustment budget, and basically he was saying that, he was saying that the weakness that we've had perhaps is the fact that we haven't put sufficient resources into the industrialization project. And I'm just wondering, are we keeping our eye on the critical priorities? And I'm talking about development catalyzing priorities, priorities that have the capacity to radically, build the economy, restructure the economy, bring more small businesses into the mainstream economy. And if we are just, we're making, yes, I 100% agree. It's critical that we should provide a safety net for the poor because, I mean, obviously if there are no job opportunities, how are they going to live? How are they going to survive? But we need to have a balanced approach as well. There's a very strong view that we need to have a balanced approach where we are actually actively building the economy. And with the resources that are available to us, we should ensure that we are plowing more money, investing more money towards restructuring, meaningfully restructuring the economy so that we can build jobs and take more people out of that reliance and dependence on the state to actually be able to work for themselves.
Absolutely, I agree absolutely that there has to be a good balance there. And also we need to emphasize there has been a lot of work done around industrial policy in government. We also have seen a lot of master plans being created about certain important industries, and I think that's a very important determination. I think in our view, what we said in the previous analysis, we say there has to be a better linkage between fiscal policy, budget in particular, and the industrialization strategy that we have in place. Because if you can have an industrial strategy in place, if there isn't a very clear linkage with the budget, it becomes a problem.
Do we have a proper plan in place?
We have a lot of, there has been a lot of work done around identifying master strategies for different industries, which has been put in place. It's a very important intervention. But what we're arguing is that there has to be a very strong linkage between broader macroeconomics with some of those industries, and also ensuring that one of the arguments we often like using a lot, which is very simplistic but it's very important, like the issue of public procurement. It's a very important determination, or at least one of the areas that enable us as a government to support the localized economy, and how that transformation is taking place to ensure that it's some of the key transformational objectives remains in place over the period of time. And some of those two major aspects, in my view, that would definitely be important in ensuring that we get more industrialized, or you've got more people employed within the productive sector. Because the literature shows that the only way to get more employment is through industrialization, manufacturing, where you able to get more people, even within the entire value chain, you're able to bring more people into the space. So I think that's important, and coupled with the investment by government.
So we're looking at economic transformation, particularly also within the context of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan.
Yep.
A few years back, we spoke a lot on that. We had a lot of reflections on that. And it always seems like we focus, as government and as parliament, for a period of time. We amplify the importance of a particular plan, and we rally behind it as this is a sound plan. It can work if we effectively implement it and oversight it effectively. But then with time, suddenly we are punting new things. And my question is always, as we are introducing these things, how do we ensure that there's sustained alignment and adherence to key priorities that actually we've all agreed that these priorities can have the potential to take us forward? So for me, it's about, my question really is, how do we ensure alignment? I mean, we've got all these, how do we bring together all these various, I mean, there's an industrialization plan, the master plans are being developed as we speak. There's key aspects of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan. How do we bring all this together? And also the three-sphere planning, because there's also disjunctures there, you know, with national, province, and local. I mean, that has been cited by academics as well, who put out papers about the, you know, the disjointed nature of planning within you know, across the three spheres. So those are some of the things that I think are quite critical. But in a nutshell, what I'm asking is that how do we ensure that there is adherence? Adherence to plans that have potential to take us forward.
What we have tried to do in our analysis, a lot of times, we always still use NDP, National Development Plan, as a framework. When the State of Nation Address happens today, we look at how some of the things being proposed align within that NDP themes or key goals. And it's always very important to actually do it that way. I mean, look at last year's State of Nation Address. The President said he had only 4 priorities based on the previous year's priorities: energy security, crime, unemployment, governance, and so many other things. I forgot what, quite few. But we were able to link them back to the NDP to say, NDP, and that in a way it helps us to say, is the budget aligned to that? Because that's also important. The President can announce these proposals. There has to be a better linkage between those proposals and the NDP and the budget itself. So we always, so what I'm saying is that Parliament can still use that tool, the NDP, as a framework to try and say, here was the baseline of the NDP, this is how far we've gone, and with the current proposals, how did this link up to these themes, and it enable us as a Parliament to try to oversight over that. And I think that can, even within all spheres, you know, I agree. I know there was a Karasma paper came back then tried to streamline the planning, because it's a very, very big issue when you think about planning within the spheres. And maybe that is true, but I think the good thing with the National Development Plan, as much as with its weakness, it has one of the challenges we have as Parliamentary Budget Office, the issue of the macroeconomics in the plan. It's really not clearly spelled out, but it's a framework of government, framework of Parliament for the side. And I think all the proposals are often aligned within that, and it always helps us when we look at the budget to say, is this within there? And we deflect, you know, this is not actually aligned to this, and there's no you can oversight over that. So we'll provide more insight on that in 2 weeks' time when it with the budget.
Let's pause there. That's where we'll have to leave it for now. But we are going to have a more in-depth conversation so that we can really unpack our trajectory going into the specific policy constructs that have really guided our you know, transformative trajectory from 1994 to where we are right now. And I hope we can do that early next week. That was, of course, Dr. Dumisani Jantjies. He is the director of the Parliamentary Budget Office. We are still building up to the President's final State of the Nation address, which he will be delivering at 7 p.m. this evening. With that said, thank you for staying with us, but we're not done. Do stay tuned.
The spirit with which South Africans have turned from division and conflict to knitting the fabric of a normal society has become a source of pride to us as a nation.
The State of the Nation Address, or Sona, is called in terms of Section 42, subsection 5 of the Constitution by the President of the Republic. It is a joint sitting of the 2 houses of Parliament and one of the rare occasions that brings together the 3 arms of the state under one roof.
I have received a message from the President requesting a joint sitting for the purposes of addressing Parliament. The Honourable the President.
Sona provides the President with an opportunity to speak to the nation on the general state of South Africa, to reflect on a wide range of political, economic and social matters within the domestic and global context, to account to the nation on the work of government and to set out government's program of action.
The society must guarantee the dignity of every citizen on the basis of a good quality of life for every woman, man, and child without regard to race or color or disability.
Traditionally, the President makes key government announcements during this important joint sitting of Parliament. It is a ceremonial joint sitting of the two Houses of Parliament called specifically for the President to deliver his Sona, and no other business may be considered on this day. It is presided over by the Speaker or the Chairperson of the Council, by arrangement between them. During the week following the Sona, a debate of approximately 2 days is held on the Sona. The President is then given an opportunity to reply to the debate on the third day and to close the debate. The President delivers his Sona before Parliament because Parliament is charged with ensuring that the work flowing from the address is implemented. Most importantly, Sona is delivered in Parliament because the priorities pronounced in it have budgetary implications demanding robust oversight, one of Parliament's constitutional responsibilities. This practice of the President delivering a State of the Nation address goes back to the pre-democratic era. One such address is that of former President Mr. F.W. de Klerk, titled Address by the State President, Mr. F.W. de Klerk, DMS, at the opening of the second session of the 9th Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, Cape Town, 2nd February 1990. During this address, former President de Klerk announced that former President Nelson Mandela would be released from prison and all political parties would be unbanned.
The prohibition of the African National Congress, the Pan-Africanist Congress, the South African Communist Party and a number of subsidiary organizations is being rescinded.
There's Mr. Mandela, Mr. Nelson Mandela, a free man taking his first steps into a new South Africa.
Section 84, subsection 2D of the Constitution provides that the President may summon the National Assembly, the National Council of Provinces or Parliament to an extraordinary sitting to conduct special business. Joint Rule Number 7, subsection 1A provides that the President may call a joint sitting of the House when it is necessary for the President to deliver the annual or special address to Parliament.
Tumamina, I want to be there when the people start to turn it around, when they triumph over poverty. I want to be there when the people win the battle against AIDS. I want to lend a hand.
The official program usually begins with 3 processions. There is the procession of provincial speakers, provincial premiers, and the judiciary proceeding to the Assembly chamber through the main entrance of the National Assembly building. There is the arrival of the presidential cavalcade in the parliamentary precinct. The President aligns, is welcomed by the presiding officers and their deputies and proceeds to the National Assembly chamber. The aides de camp lead the presidential procession. Guards of honor and eminent persons, National Assembly chamber. Junior guards of honor comprise learners from schools around the country. They form a guard of honor from the gates of Parliament when the President disembarks. The selection takes into account rural and urban dynamics. The Civil Guard of Honor, selected on the basis of the parliamentary theme for the year, continues where the Junior Guard of Honor ends. The eminent persons are South Africans who have achieved outstanding results in their respective fields or who have been recognized for their contribution to society. Provincial speakers nominate them to be guests of Parliament for the Sona. As the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, aides de camp are attached to the President of the Republic of South Africa at all ceremonies of the state. Their role in the country is limited to ceremonial duties. Once this task has been fulfilled, they are immediately withdrawn. During the Sona, they travel with the President from President's place of residence to Parliament. The aides-de-camp lead the presidential procession onto a saluting dais on the steps of the National Assembly to receive the ceremonial honors, the Guard of Honor by the National Ceremonial Guard, the 21-gun salute, the national anthem, and a salute flight. They then lead the procession into the chamber and stand guard at the entrance of the chamber. In 1842, the 21-gun salute became the international norm as the highest honor a nation rendered, and it is fired in honor of the president. The first shot of the salute is synchronized to coincide with the playing of the national anthem.
The members of the National Assembly as well as members of the NCOP are ready in the joint sitting.
Members of both houses must be seated before the procession enters. Each of the 9 provinces is represented by its full quota of 6 permanent and 4 rotating members, seated in the removable cross benches. A delegation of 10 South African Local Government Association members also occupy seats in the cross benches. Members' guests, representatives of statutory and constitutional bodies, the judges, president, provincial speakers, directors general of state departments, guests from civil society approved by the presiding officers, and staff of the presidency and parliament are accommodated in the National Assembly galleries. The official bays to the right and left of the speaker's chair, other overflow areas within parliament. The presiding officers and the president enter the chamber in procession, preceded by the sergeant at arms and the usher of the black rod, and followed by the secretary to parliament. A new element of the Sona since the birth of democracy is Imbong, the praise singer. Although our parliament is based on the Westminster traditions, Imbongi's praise singing gives Africanness pride of place. Imbongi starts this narration as the presidential procession enters the chamber. The sergeant at arms and the usher of the black rod are responsible for compliance with security policy in and around the chamber and galleries. The sergeant at arms and the usher of the black rod place the mace and the black rod in place before the speaker and the chairperson of the NCOP respectively. The mace is a symbol of authority of the Speaker of the National Assembly. When the sergeant at arms carries the mace into the debating chamber and places it before the Speaker of the National Assembly, it means that the National Assembly is formally in session and that its proceedings are official. The mace was designed to reflect the history, traditions, and diverse cultures and languages of South Africa. The black rod is the symbol of the authority of the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, NCOP. The black rod reflects the important role of the provinces in the functioning of the NCOP. When the usher of the black rod carries the black rod into the debating chamber and places it before the chairperson of the NCOP, it means that the NCOP is formally in session and that its proceedings are official. The presiding officers, while standing, bows to the left and then to the right in greeting and request a moment of silence for prayer or meditation. Once everyone is seated, the presiding officer reads out the notice calling the joint sitting and calls on the president to deliver his address to the joint sitting. No other business may be considered on this day. The president then delivers the Sona and no other debate takes place. On conclusion of the president's speech, the presiding officer adjourns the sitting. Members are required to wait while the procession leaves the chamber. Over the years, this address has set the tone for the goals of the year. It speaks to businesses, civil society, and general public. It gives insight into what we as a nation have achieved and a plan to achieve going forward. Through this address, the first citizen and leader of the nation shines the light on the path we shall be taking and leads us to where we want to be as a nation. More than just a speech, the Sona tells South Africans, as well as the world, why South Africa continues to be the land of possibilities.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has, in terms of the Constitution, called for a joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament in liaison with the National Assembly Speaker, Ms. Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula, and the National Council of Provinces Chairperson, Mr. Amos Masondo. The joint sitting is scheduled for Thursday, 8th of February 2024 at 7 p.m. and it will serve as the platform for the President to deliver his annual State of the Nation address. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. The State of the Nation address will take place at the Cape Town City Hall at 7 p.m. on the 8th of February 2024. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag Sona2024. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better.
The State of the Nation address is a state ceremony, which means the President will take a national salute on a podium outside the National Assembly building, which includes the 21-gun salute and a flypast by the South African Air Force. The 21-gun salute became an international norm for the highest honor a nation rendered and is fired in honor of the head of state. The guns are fired from the company gardens behind the parliamentary precinct. The 21-gun salute will start when the national anthem starts, synchronizing the first shot with the first note of the anthem. The whole salute takes 1 minute and 40 seconds. There are 5-second gaps between the shots. The 21 guns are fired from 4 25-pounders. So gun number 1 will fire 6 shots, and the remaining guns will fire 5. The end of the anthem is marked by a flypast by the South African Air Force, which takes place on the last note of the national anthem. The flypast is meticulously planned to ensure that the planes are flying over Parliament at the correct moment.
We must construct that people-centered society of freedom in such a manner that it guarantees the political liberties and the human rights of all our citizens.
My name is Theodora Nomakwezi Lutuli, born and bred here in Nyanga, the murder capital. But we try and make things happen right in the middle of it, because our heart is about early childhood development. Our heart is about the safety of the children. Our heart is about the development of the children. Our heart is about school readiness of these young individuals. The sector has been ongoing with or without government. And all we are saying is respect what we are doing. We can learn from you, but most definitely you can learn from us as well. The registration process, which allows people to actually access funding, is such a tedious process that there are so many facilities that are actually unregistered. And the issue that I have with this is, if there is any accident in those facilities, then nobody takes responsibility, because obviously it's an unregistered site. And then the word out there is to parents is make sure the site is registered before you actually leave your child. But the question is, how many registered sites are out there? If ECD or if early childhood development can be separated from all politics and all negativity, and let's treat this as a social problem, where we as a society or as a country can start looking for solutions. Right now, your question is, what am I hoping to hear from the president? I'm hoping to hear president saying that this is priority, and because it is priority, I am injecting this much towards this. We know that you cannot teach a hungry child, but most of these facilities don't even have access to nutritious meals, because depending on where you're operating from, if you're operating from an area where your fees are actually less than 500 rands, and from that you actually have to pay your staff and operational costs and of course nutrition, please tell me how much you need.
Igama nguphumla Philip enyanga indawana kuthiwa kuselokishini endala, ndikhona phana as a principal of Umthawelanga Education Center and Aftercare, and ndisebenza ngabantwana kusukela ku age 0 up to age 5. Firstly, if I may put it this way, the previous government or the previous president, one of the two, the one ozawuthanda ukuthi choose AP, he said to us, vukuzenzela. Now sivukile sezenzela, but ufumanisa ukuthi ngoku sowuvukile uzenzela wena, but uyasokola. Usokola njani? Xa uvula ECD, uyivule ubafumana abantwana uorganize a place bangene kuyo, uyivule ECD, ufumanisa ukuthi kufuneka uhambile uyoregisterisha as into ephilayo. Yeah, understand ngoba ugcina abantwana babantu. So xa uhamba uyo apply for uba uzokwazi ukuthi ufumane i-benefits for abantwana aba usebenza ngabo, well ufumanisa ukuthi you have to do this and do that and do that and do this. Iphi imali? Ayikho imali. That's my problem. I so wish umongameli akaqale phansi, aqale phansi aze kuthi agqibele ngaba bantu baphezulu. I so wish ukuthi umongameli asohoye asijonge.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has, in terms of the Constitution, called for a joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament in liaison with the National Assembly Speaker, Ms. Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula, and the National Council of Provinces Chairperson, Mr. Amos Masondo. The joint sitting is scheduled for Thursday, 8th of February 2024 at 7 p.m. and it will serve as the platform for the President to deliver his annual State of the Nation address. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. The State of the Nation address will take place at the Cape Town City Hall at 7 p.m. on the 8th of February 2024. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag Sona 2024. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better.
The State of the Nation address is a state ceremony, which means the President will take a national salute on a podium outside the National Assembly building, which includes the 21-gun salute and a flypast by the South African Air Force. The 21-gun salute became an international norm for the highest honor a nation rendered and is fired in honor of the head of state. The guns are fired from the company gardens behind the parliamentary precinct. The 21-gun salute will start when the national anthem starts, synchronizing the first shot with the first note of the anthem. The whole salute takes 1 minute and 40 seconds. There are 5-second gaps between the shots. The 21 guns are fired from 4 25-pounders. So gun number 1 will fire 6 shots, and the remaining guns will fire 5. The end of the anthem is marked by a flypast by the South African Air Force, which takes place on the last note of the national anthem. The flypast is meticulously planned to ensure that the planes are flying over Parliament at the correct moment.
We must construct that people-centered society of freedom in such a manner that it guarantees the political liberties and the human rights of all our citizens.
My name is Theodora Nomakwezi Luthuli, born and bred here in Nyanga, the murder capital. But we try and make things happen right in the middle of it, because our heart is about early childhood development. Our heart is about the safety of the children. Our heart is about the development of the children. Our heart is about school readiness of these young individuals. The sector has been ongoing with or without government. And all we are saying is respect what we are doing. We can learn from you, but most definitely you can learn from us as well. The registration process, which allows people to actually access funding, is such a tedious process that there are so many facilities that are actually unregistered. And the issue that I have with this is, if there is any accident in those facilities, then nobody takes responsibility, because obviously it's an unregistered site. And then the word out there is to parents is make sure the site is registered before you actually leave your child. But the question is, how many registered sites are out there? If ECD or if early childhood development can be separated from all politics and all negativity, and let's treat this as a social problem, where we as a society or as a country can start looking for solutions. Right now, your question is, what am I hoping to hear from the president? I'm hoping to hear president saying that this is priority, and because it is priority, I am injecting this much towards this. We know that you cannot teach a hungry child, but most of these facilities don't even have access to nutritious meals, because depending on where you're operating from, if you're operating from an area where your fees are actually less than 500 rands, and from that you actually have to pay your staff and operational costs and of course nutrition, please tell me how much you need.
Igama nguphumla Philip enyanga kwindawana kuthiwa kuselokishini endala, ndikhona phana as a principal of Umthawelanga Education Center and Aftercare, ndisebenza ngabantwana kusukela ku age 0 up to age 5. Firstly, if I may put it this way, the previous government or the previous president, one of the two, the one ozawuthanda ukuthi choose AP, he said to us, vukuzenzela. Now sivukile sezenzela, but ufumanisa ukuthi ngoku sowuvukile uzenzela wena, but uyasokola. Usokola njani? Xa uvula ECD, uyivule ubafumana abantwana uorganize a place bangene kuyo, uyivule ECD, ufumanisa ukuthi kufuneka uhambile uyoregisterisha as into ephilayo. Yeah, understand ngoba ugcina abantwana babantu. So xa uhamba uyo apply for uba uzokwazi ukuthi ufumane i-benefits for abantwana aba usebenza ngabo, well ufumanisa ukuthi you have to do this and do that and do that and do this. Iphi imali? Ayikho imali. That's my problem. I so wish umongameli akaqale phansi, aqale phansi aze kuthi agqibele ngaba bantu baphezulu. I so wish ukuthi umongameli asohoye asijonge.
President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver the last State of the Nation address of the 6th Parliament to a joint sitting of Parliament on Thursday, 8th February 2024. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. During Sona, the President also highlights achievements, flags challenges, and outlines interventions that the government will undertake to unlock development interventions for the coming financial year. Watch the address live across Parliament's platforms at 7 p.m. Follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using #Sona2024. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better.
Into endimphambisa enqoma kuyo yinkathalo kubantu abadala nethemba athi asifezekise. Umzekelo, icrime uyayizama awubeni njena inako umuntu obugexegexana bengazabe kwicrime aqinise ulawulo lwakhe. Urhulumente usikhulule akwazi uthetha uhamba indawo kodwa ke ngokwezimvo okanye izithembiso zakhe into ezinye zazo akathi asifezekise. Umzekelo, ngingasho ngingayibalula abantwini abatsha but kwelinye icala abantu uyazama ubalungiselela ukubabonelela yeka kuba ke iphela ke kwabantu abanesesikhulu ingafiki ebantwini. Hayi, ndizawuvota ndiwuvotele lo mbutho uphetheyo kuba andinawuthi andizowuvotela ngoba ivoti yam andifuni ipiye kwelinye omnye umbutho. Ndiba mhlawumbi ngethemba mhlawumbi njengambutho odala uphethe uyawude utshintshe. Ithemba yinto ekhoyo apha emntwini.
Njengoba upresidenti ezothetha imali ndirhamela ubana akakhuphe utshintsho efuna ubana kebuyeke le nto leyo kuthiwa xa ufuna umsebenzi kuthiwe kuphela ku-35 years. Iphele leyo into leyo ngoba abantwana abo bana-35 years abanazo ne-experience ezi zomsebenzi. Uyabo, thina bantu sinoma-14 nto asikwazi ukhwalifaya. Kuthiwa hayi le age yakuletha indalo ibingaske leyo into leyo ayitshintshe. Hayi, sabona nje kusafana nje kusafana ingathi kuya kuba worse kuze njengoba okokoko saphatha hayi ingathi kuya kuba worse. Andani noba barhuxela kubo ezindlini aba batsalela kubo kwelabo icala kuyafana. Andiboni mahluko. Ndake ndavota ngo-1994 kamba ngoku ndandivota uvuyo endandinalo uzawuphatha umntu omnyama njengoba sasicinezela ngamabhulu. Ndandisithi hayi into zizawutshintsha. Zange zitshintshe nesi. Khona endibonayo yatshintshanga kwakunangoku mani ephambili. Ndize ndiphangele ndifumane mhlawumbi iibroker se-angel ndingene nje kuzo ziphinde ziphele ngoku.
The State of the Nation address will be held on Thursday, the 8th of February, followed by 2 days of debate on 13 and 14 February, and concluding with the reply by the President on 15 February. The State of the Nation address, commonly referred to as Sona, is one of the most important annual events in the parliamentary calendar. It is an integral part of Parliament's oversight function over the executive. Watch the address live across Parliament's platforms at 7 p.m. Follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag Sona2024. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better.
To be honest, I wasn't gonna watch it because there's nothing interesting that he ever talks about pertaining to the life of a student. So as much as I wanted to, I want to watch, as much as it's just like a waste of my time watching the State of the Nation address for me, because he never looks into actually like exactly what the student is suffering from and what the student really needs. Because right now, most of our students here at the University of Fort Hare are suffering with getting education. They are suffering to the point where most students from grade 12 who have passed their matric with bachelors do not have a place at the University of Fort Hare. But it's not, I don't know, man. Also, the fact that students are suffering from NSFAS cuts, and also the way we live, the places we live in, I really don't think it's much of a democracy for us. It's not what Abantu Bakugwetu fought for. Well, I have voted before. I voted at
I voted, it was at a high school in Star Park where there were a lot of people. It was a really nice. It was a very nice thing to do. I would do it again, and I'm gonna do it again this year.
President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver the last State of the Nation address of the 6th Parliament to a joint sitting of Parliament on Thursday, 8th February 2024. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. During Sona, the President also highlights achievements, flags challenges, and outlines interventions that the government will undertake to unlock development interventions for the coming financial year. Watch the address live across Parliament's platforms at 7 p.m. Follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag Sona2024. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better.
Nginibingelele nonke, ibito lami ngisenziwe Sibongwa kaMaliva ngisuke eMpumalanga endaweni yaseNkomazi. Eqinisweni wonke umuntu utalwa nemakhono akhe, wonke umuntu utalwa naloko leNkulunkulu amfundisa isiphathise kona. But to cut the story short, ake ngithi nje konke kwaqala nga-2017 la i-municipality beyinama in-school programs la ngafika khona nami ngatikhangisa ngekuba imbongi bangithanza, and since from there bengiloku nje ngingena kuma-events abomeya ngekuhlukahlukana kwabo ngiperforma until today. Ngithanda ukuceda e-university. I was doing my diploma in public affairs and local government. So bengekho sure ukuthi tawendekalani ngami lo mnyaka January ngihamba ngoperformela president ku celebration 112th birthday ye ANC. So ngasi ngifika lapho ngicela ukuperforma ngathola a call after a week, which means after 13 February ngathola a call ukuthi baselectile nje kancane bantu lebatu abatimbongi ta president. Ngithe nje last week nabangifonela ukuthi noma bekumatima ngikhonile bangiloyele bongelela mengameli. Kuningi lengilungiselela kwekucala ngakucala kwemvunulo yami ngimuhle kakhulu. Kwesibili ngasho ukuthi inkondlo yami lengimlungiselele yona ikakhulu kade ngekulethe amagama ekugcina ngoba siyatisonke ukuthi uma uku-politics noma uku-leadership diningi tingcinamba lobukana nato kuyadzinga kube nalawo magama lekade okugcinisa kahle kahle kule bumbongi bami linzela nje kuletha tibongo letisha tamengameli Cyril Ramaphosa.
My name is Macitandile Pulati and I'm being called Max. I'm an IPFF pro. I'm a professional bodybuilder, a 2 times world champion. I've received my pro card 2022, then I went back 2023 to defend it. The passion came from, I wasn't born disabled. So as I was sitting in the wheelchair, 2017, I saw Ilanduga that I'm skinny. So I wanted to gain more strength to push myself on the wheelchair, and it's where the passion started. Hey, I'm honored. I'm really honored because it's the first time this has happened to me. It's actually also my first time in Cape Town, and in my area, I'm the first person to be nominated here. So I'm really honored by this opportunity, and I'm really grateful to the person who invited. This sport is very hard. This sport needs dedication. This sport needs hard work. It's a very challenging sport. No matter what background you're coming from, if you are serious with what you want, if you know what you want, keep pushing. Eventually, everything will come true for you. The president, if he can address more on sport, especially for disabled people, because look at myself, I'm a professional bodybuilder of South Africa and in Africa. So every time when I had to go to represent my country, I'm struggling a lot. And that doesn't just only apply to me. It applies to the various sporting code. So I would like the president to go deeper into the sporting code and support more us athletes who are representing our country. We mustn't just check, oh, does this country sport involve like soccer, rugby, And cricket, he must just, as a abroad sport, he must focus to all kind of sporting codes. I'm really happy for them that the blood had fall, because now I can work wherever I want to, with no taking out of my ID and being checked, am I a South African citizen or what. So I really appreciate those guys. Thanks to them. If we can look at the streets now, there's a lot of drug addicts, people who want to change, but they don't have that opportunity. But I feel with gym, in the gym, you are releasing stress, you are be comfortable. So I think if I can have my own gym, I will change a lot.
Thank you very much.
And I have even more professional bodybuilders like me.
President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver the last State of the Nation address of the 6th Parliament to a joint sitting of Parliament on Thursday, 8th February 2024. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. During Sona, the President also highlights achievements, flags challenges, and outlines interventions that the government will undertake to unlock development interventions for the coming financial year. Watch the address live across Parliament's platforms at 7 p.m. Follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag Sona 2024. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better.
Igama nguphumla Philip enyanga kwindawana kuthiwa kuselokishini endala. Ndikhona phana as a principal of Umthawelanga Education Center and Aftercare. Ndisebenza ngabantwana kusukela ku age 0 up to age 5. Firstly, if I may put it this way, ndithi the previous government or the previous president, one of the two, the one ozawuthanda ukuthi choose the AP, he said to us, vukuzenzela. Now sivukile sazenzela, but ufumanisa ukuthi ngoku sowuvukile uzenzela wena, but uyasokola. Usokola njani? Xa uvula ECD, uyivule ubafumana abantwana uorganize a place bangene kuyo uyivule ECD, ufumanisa ukuthi kufuneka uhambile uyoregisterisha as into ephilayo. Yeah, understand ngoba ugcina abantwana babantu. So, xa uhamba uyo apply for uba uzokwazi ukuthi ufumane i-benefits for abantwana aba usebenza ngabo, wena ufumanisa ukuthi you have to do this and do that and do that and do this. Iphi imali? Ayikho imali. That's my problem. I so wish umongameli akaqale phansi, aqale phansi aze kuthi agqibele ngaba bantu baphezulu. I so wish ukuthi umongameli asohoye asijonge.
President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver the last State of the Nation address of the 6th Parliament to a joint sitting of Parliament on Thursday, 8th February 2024. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. During Sona, the President also highlights achievements, flags challenges, and outlines interventions that the government will undertake to unlock development interventions for the coming financial year. Watch the address live across Parliament's platforms at 7 p.m. Follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag Sona 2024. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better. President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver the last State of the Nation address of the 6th Parliament to a joint sitting of Parliament on Thursday, 8th February 2024. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. During Sona, the President also highlights achievements, flags challenges, and outlines interventions that the government will undertake to unlock development interventions for the coming financial year. Watch the address live across Parliament's platforms at 7 p.m. Follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag Sona2024. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better.
Everyone, my name is Tammy Dish, your guide to all things beautiful, local, and everything fashionable. Today we're here at the State of the Nation Address 2024, the 8th of February, and we're out here with Proudly SA as well as Parliament TV to come out and look at all the incredible outfits, everything else that's produced out in South Africa. We're going to check out people who are wearing local. We're going to look at what the last 30 years has produced in terms of fashion, where we are now and where we're going to next. I'm looking forward to seeing everybody else who's going to be here. I did earlier on speak to the Minister of Justice, and I asked him to come and help us because we're here as the fashion police, coming to look at all those outfits. No, we're not arresting anyone, at least not me, because I'm not going to be doing that. I'm just out there to make sure that you guys get to experience and to see all these fantastic looks, and I hope everybody else literally is wearing local. I mean, like the incredible designers in South Africa, and we've been posting on our socials who you should contact for your looks. So I hope you guys do not disappoint. I am not alone today. I am rolling with my girl, my co-pilot, Tsepa Mori, who's going to be coming in every now and again to look at those looks and to talk to our fashion police people who are out here who you're going to meet in a moment. But for now, let me introduce you to Tsepa, who's going to be co-piloting with me. Hello. This is the part where you will get clap, 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 clap. Hello, my love.
As Tammy has said, everyone, we are live outside City Hall in Cape Town with the hashtag Sona State of the Nation address. However, today we are looking at the state of fashion.
Right.
What are we wearing today? What's in your wardrobe? Where? Not sitting there. So today that is what we are looking at, supporting local. Want to join the conversation? Please join hashtag Sona 2024. And everything there, everything fashion, everything bling, everything flamboyant.
Talking about bling, darling, do you like
hello,
my look?
hello, hello.
Is it looking good?
Gorgeous.
Okay, cool.
Gorgeous.
So we're literally out here to ensure that we capture every single detail. I want to see people's buttons. I want to see patterns. I want to see nails, honey. I want to see nails. I want to see pearls. I want to see everything. So tonight is like literally, you know, a big thing. It's so massive. It's so huge.
It is. And honey, have we seen a lot of fashion throughout the years? So the State of the Nation address has become a huge factor in terms of fashion.
Yeah.
We've got the red carpet, we've got ministers, we've got people and members of parliament, and we have all these guests, esteemed guests, who show themselves and just hit
And
one
they've
foot
turned
forward.
Up. They've turned
one
up a
foot
bit.
forward.
No, but they've turned up, you know. I mean, I think like over the years, like in the last 30 years, the fashion has evolved.
It has. It has to.
I've seen the worst and the best, okay? But tonight, that's not my job. I'm going to introduce you to an incredible panel that's going to be sitting with Tsepo, looking at all those items, because in a short while, I'm going to be out there, you know, there by the City Hall, looking at everybody else who's literally walking inside there. So for now, shall we introduce everyone? The panel? Are we ready? Shall we introduce our first panelist, who's going to be sitting as a fashion police, Miss BG, an incredible designer who's had a career span of literally over 3 decades. And I think it would be great for us to find out why she's here, what she's expecting. I mean, like, I've seen multiple of her designs. I mean, I still can't get over that outfit that she did for Zosie. Miss I mean, she does like Miss Universe in South Africa. I hope she one day can do something for me. Okay, so we're gonna introduce Miss BG. You're looking gorgeous. Come, honey. Hello.
Hey guys.
Hi, baby.
Hello. Look at you and all this detail. Let me see. Turn around. I love it. Is this a cape?
It is a cape.
Oh
It's
my
a cape,
God.
superhero cape.
Welcome.
I've got a job to do, right?
And what is that job?
The job is to see who's going to turn up, who's supporting local, who's looking fabulous, and possibly who may not be looking quite as fabulous, but
and give them some guide.
Give them some guide.
Or maybe your number to contact you next time. Please, BG, tell everybody who you are. I wanted to say, you and I had a chat earlier on, and we were talking about this beautiful gift that you gift at yourself when you were 21. What is that?
I decided to go it on my own on my 21st birthday. I must be honest. Part of me kind of thinks, gosh, I should have actually just worked for other people for a little longer and made mistakes on other people's pockets instead of my own. So in retrospect, we're here at this point, but yeah,
So you started your fashion label when you were 21?
On my 21st birthday.
And you've been running now for 33 years?
Well, I mean, I've lost count, to be honest. It's like
we're not talking. It's not an age thing that we're discussing here. I mean, look at the detail of your outfit. Please, can you tell me the inspiration behind it? I see roses. I've got roses everywhere. You just can't see them because I'm beautifully draped in a hangwani.
And you look amazing. You really look amazing. It's like
I was waiting for you to say that.
We've got something to go later.
I literally was waiting for you to say that. Tell me about your look.
Well, I was a little inspired by the concept of ebony and ivory.
Yes.
So, as in the Paul McCartney, Michael Jackson song.
Yeah.
So it's like living side by side on the piano. Why don't we?
I mean, we're here now.
So
you're looking fabulous.
Thank you.
This detail. Please, can you just show everyone? Ooh, honey, there's a whole thing.
There's a whole thing going on.
Okay, look,
we go.
I'm looking forward to all your views, and I can't wait for you guys to sit down and watch. I mean, like, I'm already seeing tons and tons of people out there who are waiting.
I'm so excited to see
wait.
what's coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, and
thank you.
I will catch up with you a little later. And for everybody else, how can they find you? Social medias and whatnot?
Social media, BG La Maison, BG_La_Maison, and that's on Instagram.
BG La Maison. Oh yes, you did that outfit that Bonang wore.
Yes, for the time. Yes, for the time 100 Impact Award. I've done Zosie Bini Tunzi's crowning Miss Universe gown, and then her handover gown, the Khoza one. That
Khoza one. It was lovely.
It looked so stunning on her, and I think it was great the fact that she actually represented South Africa on the international stage and doing a contemporary version of something traditional, which I think is awesome.
Amazing. So you're wearing yourself today?
I am.
I love that.
I am. I have to.
Well, you've got to promote. You got to wear local every day. Wear yourself.
Exactly.
I can't wait to chat to you later on. So you guys are going to get ready, and We're going to see you guys in a bit, yeah?
Looking forward to it.
You look gorgeous.
Thank you. You
Chassé,
too. Thank
chassé
you.
away. So I'm going to introduce you to our second panelist that is literally going to be talking everything fashion. He goes by the name Otis Seflo. Has got a beautiful brand that's been also running for a number of years. A very gorgeous man, if I must say. You'll meet him in a couple of... I'm counting down. In 3, 2, 1. I'm fanning you. Look at you, looking gorgeous. Oh my God, I love the shoes.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, so what are we looking forward to today?
We're looking forward to a lot of fashion. We're going to be judging and looking at what they're going to be wearing today. We're going to look at the clothing, we're going to look at the shoes, and the most important thing is we're going to check if they're wearing proudly South African.
Right. Okay, cool. So talking about shoes, tell me about that. You look, I don't want you, yeah. Okay, yeah.
So with the shoes, I got them from a lady called Retabile, based in Pretoria. And then I decided to match the shoes with an Otis Seflo suit. Literally, this suit was made in a day. I'm like, I don't know what I'm...
It was made in a day?
Made in a day. I didn't know what I was going to wear. I sent my team a message, I need something to wear. And
how many people worked on this piece?
Sure. I mean, there's quite a number of people that get to work on our outfit. We've got someone that sources the fabric, and we've got someone that will go and cut the pattern, and we've got people that are going to go and make the seams dresses. And besides the seams dresses, then we've got the mamas that put buttons and cut the finishes and the trims and everything else.
I've already counted like 5 people who've worked in this outfit. So you definitely have like a strong team to produce something so phenomenal in just a day, which tells me that you guys do a lot of work with employing a lot of these individuals who are within the fashion space. I'm interested to find out how many people actually work in your office and how many families and homes you feed. But we'll get to that when we talk a little later. Please, can you turn around for me?
Oh, loving the details.
I want details. Why? What, did you want to take off the shirt?
Oh, no, of course not. So, I mean, I would have loved to show you some of the little details. Instead of going for a traditional suit, we decided to, make it a bit more interesting by adding a bit of details on the side. I mean, this is your classic double-breasted suit. And I mean, if I was going to a different event, I would have put more embellishment and played around with sequences and beadwork and a whole lot of other details.
So what do you mean different event? Like, this is the event?
I mean, Sona is a bit more formal, like as opposed to going to a Miss South Africa or going to a Miss World or going to any other pageant or award ceremony. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's more reserved, and even the crowd that comes to the Sonas, it's like your, parliamentarians.
Nothing reserved about me.
I mean... So
Nothing reserved about me.
It's a bit of a different kind of space, and I don't think they are as fashionable as the people and the crowd that would attend all of these other events.
I mean, just from that point that Otis made there, I mean, he suggests that they're not as colorful. I hope they are. I hope they prove you wrong. And I know who's going to be sitting on the panel judging closely and having more to say, and I look forward to your comments. You look absolutely stunning.
Thank you. And
absolutely,
I can't wait
absolutely stunning.
To see what they're going to be wearing, and I hope they're all wearing proudly South African.
I hope so too. Did you design some stuff for other people?
No, didn't. Not for this particular event.
I mean, you had a day to design yours. You did. You designed for you. He was just looking out for himself. Thank you so much. We're going to see you a little later on. I am just doing the intro here, and I'm going to be out of your sight, and I'm just going to be listening in.
And I will get a chance to scrutinize every single one of them, and I'll give you my views as to how I feel about it. And
be nice.
I mean, this is the only chance that we get to scrutinize and give honest opinions about how they dressed and what they're wearing, and if they're wearing local. I mean, they have to support local for our businesses to grow.
So that kind of says to me there needs to be stylists who are involved. There needs to be designers. So what you're actually going to do is ensure that you make them understand the whole chain. If they get it wrong, you can give them guidance.
No, definitely.
Okay.
We've got a whole lot of skilled people that can assist in that department.
I like that. I love to hear it. I love it, love it, love it, love it. That was Otis, who's about to be like a fashion police right now. And how do I look?
Oof, I love the ruffles. I mean, I love the details. I love the pearls. I mean, I worked on the pearls.
He did though, you know he did. He was like sticking them on and trying to make sure that there's a shape around them, like a whole design. I mean, like I look, you know. Thank you so much for all that help, by the way.
Sure.
Cool.
I mean, you're looking stunning, and it's
Thank
all because
you.
of myself and Rubicon.
Rubicon, talking about Rubicon, I'm about to introduce our third panelist who's going to be sitting on the fashion police seat looking at all those outfits. And you were talking about like this event being quite classy and all of those things. I mean, I know I'm in a Rubicon, but I want her to tell me why she made this outfit and why she thought it would look great on me. So I'm going to catch up with you later. Let's meet Hangwani from Rubicon. I'm going to count it down. Count it down, count it down, no, count it down. Boom! Okay, I have to do this like, this one is like really cute and special for me. So I get to say that I am wearing a Rubicon fit designed by Her Excellency, Madame Hangwani from Rubicon, looking all stylish.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Tammy. You look absolutely
Oh.
regal,
Yes.
avant-garde. Yo, I love how you carrying it.
You see, when they start talking about like couture, they do these things. You look regal, avant-garde.
Yeah.
Are those the words you guys are going to be using tonight?
We'll try. It will all come naturally. It will really come naturally.
Hangwani, please tell me about your fashion story.
So I started off obviously from home, mom, you know, helping her at a very tender young age.
Yeah.
You know, so I started obviously playing around with fabrics. I mean, she's got also the same type of business that I'm in, and it's just that obviously I've had brand positioning. And so I was quite...
So you reckon mom does like even greater?
Oh, no, she is amazing.
Yeah.
She's really iconic.
Yeah.
And I always go back into her, you know, vintage wardrobe, her vintage closet, and look at the era of maybe probably the 70s, how it looked like, and then I'll try to express it and add a modern flair to it. And I love going back into the history of fashion.
Yeah.
I always love to go back, and obviously I'll go back into my heritage, how I grew up, the area, the landscape, its history, what made those people become what they are. Yes. So, I mean, like your outfit.
Yeah.
If I can, I love to play around with fabric, you know, art form, create something out of fabric, you know, deconstructing and just bringing something that I had envisioned into life.
What fabric is this?
Oh, gosh, you've got your silky satin there, and you've got your voile mixed with organdy, and it's a blend of a whole lot of fabrics. Yeah.
I mean, like talking about blend, I mean, I'm best suited to wear like a ruffles and that
Yes,
blend of.
yeah.
You look also absolutely stylish.
Thank you.
Can you
Thank
tell
you.
me what inspired your look?
So I love to dress women. I love to make them feel beautiful. Not only women, even...
I was about to say.
Not only women. Let me rather say I'm more gender fluid. Like, I mean, look at yourself. Look at how you're looking. So I love to make people feel special in how they express themselves through my creation. And whatever I design, I always ask myself if I'll be able to wear it. Like what you're wearing, I can pull it off. You know,
Except
and
you're
yeah,
not getting this
yeah.
outfit, love, it's mine.
Oh my gosh, I need it. I'm gonna be doing that.
No,
and
no, no, you
and then
can't.
you know what they're gonna be. You know what they're gonna be saying? Who wore it best?
No, I don't want the who wore it best story.
Yeah.
Because I remember coming in for a fitting and I was told you can't do that because that belongs to somebody. So,
Okay.
yeah, exactly.
I did not say that.
Well,
I did not.
I'm
I don't remember saying
you can't,
that.
you can't reproduce this. It's got to be mine. I mean, like, we get to stand here in 2024, 30 years into our democracy, and we're looking at all of this fashion. What are you looking forward to tonight?
I'm looking to how people express themselves, how they're able to bring their whole, you know, attire into life, into being able to express themselves, and in a fun and also elegant way. Elegance for me really matters, and the confidence, and you know, it's going to be quite interesting to see. And also, if they're wearing
local, because this is precisely why we're here, right?
Of course.
To ensure that we, you know, grow the economy through fashion. And so on the panel, who would you think you are? Are you the kinder one? Are you the? I mean, like, I'm just trying to think between you, Otis, and BG. Who's the kind one? And who's going to be the sassy one? And who's going to be the more, you know, nurturing and loving?
Nurturing. I'm not sure. I think we're all going to be really real to what we're seeing. And it's. I mean, we have to tell the actual thing that we're seeing.
The truth.
Yeah.
So thank you so much, Hangwani, for being with us today. And I can't wait to hear everything you guys have to say about the looks that are going to be walking that beautiful red carpet tonight. Thank you so much for watching. And this is your panel. I've just introduced you to your panel. I'm going to leave them with Tsepo while I go out there and go find these individuals that you need to continue to be inspired by their looks, but also ensure that they're wearing local. I'll see you guys in a bit. Yeah? Mwah.
There's a voice that is calling, loudly calling, day by day, the voice of the future.
When I started my business, all I wanted was to create jobs and a legacy for the next generation, because I see opportunity when others see impossibility.
It all started with a thought and then a seed in the garden, which grew into my very own farm that feeds the whole nation daily.
Cotton, silk, and a little bit of treasure, I create masterpieces that give South Africans an identity, comfort, and confidence, because when you look good, you feel good.
From the factory workers to the warehouse and then over the seas, I want to show the world what proudly South African looks like. It all started with just some ink on paper and inspiration to bring people together. With my furniture, I now help create spaces that are beautiful, comfortable, and authentic to human light and connection.
I've always been driven by curiosity. It fueled my dreams to create automobiles that accelerate our nation into greater possibilities and the beauty of the unknown.
I was born into a rainbow nation. My life has been full of colors and mixed flavors. And when I started my bakery, I wanted to share the joy with the world and with South Africans in particular.
All I ever dreamt of was to be a bird and fly high. And now I have the wings to help others fulfill their dreams of flying high too.
But it can only be a dream until you make it a reality. All they need is your faith, your trust, your loyalty, your appreciation.
And most importantly,
your support.
Because supporting local businesses
helps create jobs
and secures our future.
South Africa, their future is in your hands. So what are you going to do about it? Be proudly South African. Buy local to create jobs.
And just like that, I promise I'll be back out here behind the City Hall in Cape Town to give you guys some of the lowdown of all the fashion that's happening. I'm seeing a lot of people walk in at the moment. It's already begun. My people at the back there are already looking at all these looks that are about to be served on that red carpet. But before we start, I've just seen the CMO of Proudly South Africa, who's here, Miss Happy Makumalongkiti, who's going to tell us a little bit about why we're here, the purpose of today, and why we should be wearing local. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And why we should be wearing local?
Yeah, I mean, like, I want to know the purpose.
Because it's the right thing to do. Why shouldn't we be wearing local? Somebody has to remind somebody to do it. We've done it, right?
You look gorgeous. Please turn around, turn around, turn around, turn around, turn around. So happy. This is not the first time you do this, and you've been pushing this as a campaign. It's a very important campaign for the country, and I think it speaks more than just wearing local. It's more of a economic drive for you. Can you please kindly tell us more and what pushed it? Because I see it grow on a daily basis, and here we are. Look at us.
And so you're so right, Tammy. It's more than just showing up here and looking cute.
Yeah.
It's about jobs.
Yeah.
The clothing, textile, footwear, leather sector is very labor intensive. It employs a lot of South Africans, but we know that the reality is that imports that come into the country is creating a problem for the sector for us. And so therefore, efforts such as this, where we are asking South Africans, especially at an event of this magnitude, where we've requested the president, the parliamentarians, the guests that are invited to Sona to showcase what South Africa has to offer. And, there isn't a better platform to showcase not only to South Africa, but to the world. Not because Akashem, but because we've got incredible local designers who are renowned, who are doing great work, but who are employing South Africans to contribute positively to the clothing, textile, footwear, leather sector.
So I want to know quickly, if you want to, in terms of just the campaign itself, I know that you started a long time ago, and it's not just about this event alone. It also goes to many other places, and you've worked with multiple designers. Can you give me just a few who you've worked with, and why, and how important it is for you to further the work that you're doing and empowering them, like the support you give,
Okay, so we're working with designers such as Otis Seflo, Rubicon, Lidikana, Chepa, David Klale. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. So we specifically chose 15 designers who are friends of the campaign, who work very closely with us, and we gave people an array of, designers that they can work with and buy from. But it doesn't mean that any other designer who's not affiliated with Proudly South African cannot be part of this movement, because you could have a seamstress down the road from your house that is, who does amazing work. And we just wanted to give South Africans a bigger option.
Right.
And it's great to hear that most of them have bought from these designers.
I love it.
Yes, rather. It's not just a tick box exercise. It's more than that. It's about jobs and livelihoods.
How can people join, and how can they be part of this big initiative?
They can join us as Proudly South African, and they can get to benefit next year, at activities such as this, but it's not limited to this. Many other things, talking to many other sectors outside of the clothing, textile, footwear, leather sector. And, because it's a movement. It's a Proudly South African movement, and it's going to take all of us to realize the difference that we would like to see as a people.
I love that, and I can't wait to catch the program and the campaign growing. We're here to watch some of these incredible individuals who are dressed beautifully. So I'm going to walk and see them, because today I'm working for you together with Parliament, and we've done groundbreaking stuff. I mean, for us to be able to stand here in Parliament doing this is such a big, it's never been done.
Yeah, but there's always the first time, and we the game changers collectively, and that's why we're here.
Cool, fantastic. So we're going to move closer and check out some of those looks. I see the Minister of Electricity, Dr. Ramokgopa, who's here and always looking stylish. I'm going to try and grab him as soon as he gets off that interview, because he's looking stylish. But everybody who's here, who's walking in, is like absolutely stunning. I can't wait to chat to them. Okay, please, can you just pan the camera and look at the red carpet? Look at the people walking in, looking absolutely stunning. It's starting to fill up in the space. I see, hello, how are you, how are you, how are you? It's looking amazing. I see the president of ANC Youth League is here, Mr. Malachi, who's coming to join us here in, at the State of the Nation address. Welcome. We are out here as a Proudly SA, looking out at what everybody else is wearing, and you look absolutely stunning. Can I ask you to to turn around a bit so we can see your outfit? And then for you to tell us who designed it. First, introduce yourself.
Malachi Colin, the president of the ANC Youth League. No, this jacket was designed by a local young person. You know, they do it in the back of their garages, and that's what we support. And we're encouraging everyone to support local brands when they come to State of the City address, and so that they create more jobs for the youth of South Africa.
Absolutely. So you're part of the team that are working tirelessly to ensure that young people are employed, and such event also creates employment, and I'm so glad that you have decided to wear something that was locally produced. I must say, I usually see you in a different t-shirt. Today you're suited up and it's looking absolutely stunning. I mean, today you're an honorable member and you're looking suited up and looking absolutely stunning. Can't wait to see all the other looks here, and thank you for taking time to talk to us, yeah?
Thank you very much.
Cool. Mwah. So I am trying to grab, I'm trying to grab like the people looking gorgeous. It's so busy here. I must tell you guys, it is absolutely incredibly busy. Everybody else is looking absolutely stunning. I am literally waiting for everybody to arrive and to come here and tell us more about the outfits that they're wearing. So let's cross back to studio and find out from them what they thought of that look that was presented by the president of the ANC Youth League, Mr. Malachi. Studio, how are we doing?
Well, welcome back to the studio. I am sitting here with the designers, and this is our local fashion police, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, we just want to hear, we just saw Honorable Colin Malachi with his blue suit, and we all know how people feel about men in suits. Was this suit suited for this occasion? BG?
Well, I'm really happy that it's a locally produced suit, which is fabulous. I'd have expected a little more glam, maybe, but it was really nicely tailored. Let's put it that way. I think so.
Alrighty. Okay, just your thoughts?
It was nicely tailored, but I would have changed the color of the tie. I feel like that red was a bit too strong for the blue that he's wearing.
Okay.
You know? So yeah, it created quite a bit of a hectic contrast.
Contrast, ladies and gentlemen. These are some of the things that I don't know myself. Hungry? How do you feel about it?
I actually share the same sentiments with Otis, because I was a bit taken aback with the color contrast. And also the back of the jacket as well. It could have been somehow, gotten remodified, because it was hanging a bit loose when he's looking. I mean, he was really looking good, but the color contrast and just the back of the jacket, for me, when he turned around, I just saw something else. But I'm glad that he's supported a local. Yeah.
So that's the best thing about it so far, that he is wearing local.
I mean, even the color of the shoes.
Yes.
The color, the shoe choice wasn't that great. Could have been better.
Yeah. I think he tried to coordinate with his tie, but it was off. Just a little bit off.
Maybe the minister is with a wife that's wearing a red dress.
I'm sure they need to coordinate.
Oh no, we must coordinate and had to throw that red, the red tie just so he can blend in.
But he really, I mean, above all else, I mean, I would rate him 70 out of 100.
Yeah,
that's 7 out of 10.
7 out of 10, yeah.
I mean,
BG,
for me,
7 out of 10?
Yeah, 10. I was thinking 7 out of 10.
Yeah, 7 out of 10, right?
I'm sorry, it's a 4 for me.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a 4. It could have been better.
Otis is a meanie, ladies and gentlemen. We are here at the State of the Nation Address 2024. We're talking about all things serious, but also all things serious fashion. Like we said before, that fashion has become a factor when it comes to the State of the Nation Address, with the red carpet and everything looking good. Now, Parliament has partnered with Proudly South African to ensure that everybody supports local. Now, we all know that with all of this, what are you having in your wardrobe? What do you have? I think it's a question for all South Africans, right?
Exactly.
What do you have in your wardrobe?
Absolutely.
That is
It makes you think.
That is proudly South African.
Made in South Africa.
Yes.
It does make you think.
It does.
100%.
It's a very important question, and I think people should start thinking about that. What do I have in my wardrobe? Now, I just want to ask the panel, because I heard contrast, I heard blues, I heard ties that are too offish. I don't have the linguistics for all of these, but what are some of the fashion trends that you guys are looking out for in the Sona today?
I think for me, it goes beyond just the fashion trends. I think I'm looking at the tailoring, I'm looking at the fit, I'm looking at the construction, I'm looking at the colors. I mean, I understand that most of our ministers and people that are in parliament, they don't pay attention to what's palatable right now. So, yeah, there's quite a lot that we're going to be looking at, how they blending in, how they mixing and matching the different looks, the hair, makeup, everything, the entire styling. It's not even just about what they're wearing, it's about how are they wearing it. Are they carrying the look, or is the look wearing them?
Oh. Hungry, what fashion trends are you looking for?
I'm looking at really how everything falls into place, because when you wear anything, it's all about how you're expressing your inner self. And if you got it right, be it from the hair, the jewelry, the handbag that you're carrying, the shoes, the color coordination, the kind of fabrication that is happening within the outfit, whether it's overly designed or is it the right kind of fit?
Yes.
You know, the garment construction itself, is it seated well on the shoulders, around the neckline, around, is this the right length, that you're wearing with your body type? And yeah, just that whole coordination is very important. It makes an outfit, whether be it elegant or
the
we
kind
call
of
it,
style that you want to go for.
Yes.
BG, your take?
Can I tell you something? I tend to find that it's like having a look to see that the garment or the design choice has been edited correctly. Because I find sometimes people try and throw too much into one design and then they can't sort of filter out, It's like rather making the clever choices about, sort of consciously dressing in such a way that you're not trying to put too many outfits into one garment.
Absolutely. Well, I have my notebook here and I'll be taking notes today. So, Otis mentioned it earlier on, while Tammy was introducing him, that, it depends on the kind of ceremony that you're going to. What kind of event are you going to? And so, given this kind of ceremony, what is appropriate to wear? Hungry.
I really believe that let's not go metric dancey type of, look. You know, this is
not metric dance.
Not metric dance, and not weddingly vibey kind of.
So we're not looking for frills and
no,
strange feathers and tails.
Overly detailed.
Okay.
I think for me, the other thing that I'll be looking at is people that are wearing clothes that suit their body types. Because I mean, that's another mistake that a lot of people make. You've got something beautiful, but it's not suitable for your body. And we need to be cautious of some of the little things about our bodies. If you know you heavy busted, then there's certain things that you should try to avoid. That you could do to a design to hide the tummy and make sure that it's not as visible. Let's look at your body, let's look at your imperfections and find a way of how we can hide all of these imperfections. You know what I mean?
Thank you so much. Well, looks like Tammy is waiting for us outside. Tammy, what do you have for us?
Makes us look good as people because we are beautiful in South Africa.
Yes.
Yes.
You're absolutely stunning. You look gorgeous. And I want to thank your daughter because what your daughter did, she became a stylist. And that's another job.
Thank you.
That was Mam Ntombi, who's the Member of Parliament and of Legislature in Gauteng. Thank you and Happy New Year. And I can't wait to see you inside. Cool. Hello. 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 No, hello. 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 How are you? Good. What are you wearing, Mommy?
I'm wearing my ANC colors.
Yeah, but it's also gorgeous.
Yes.
Please, can you turn around for me? Turn around so we can see the entire outfit. The details of it. That bag looks absolutely stunning. Who made your outfit?
I make it myself. Yes, before I become a member of parliament, I'm a designer by profession.
So, how important as a designer, how important is it for people to wear local?
If you are a designer, you've got a dream.
Yeah.
Even if you pass at the shop, just look at the dress, then you take it with your eyes and make it. Yes.
And make it your own.
And make it your own.
You
don't need the pattern. You are going to make a pattern at home.
Yeah, so you absolutely taught yourself.
I can look at you then and draft this dress as you, like you.
Oh, you look absolutely stunning. Happy New Year, and may you enjoy the State of the Nation address. If you can just turn around one more time for me so I can see it. Absolutely stunning, absolutely stunning. I'm welling yourself.
Okay, thank you.
Cool, thank you so much.
What do you put on your head?
It's beaded work.
I saw you on the TV, so I was
thinking on the TV. I did. Enjoy. She's looking absolutely stunning, and she's a designer herself. She said she made the outfit herself, and she doesn't need a pattern. So that tells you that, you know, there's some people who are just beautifully talented and who are amazing and who are looking absolutely stunning. Your outfit is just absolutely, oh my God, look at this outfit. Please, can we just take a moment to look at the outfit? Please turn around. Yes, yes, yes. And you turn around. Oh my God. Please, can you tell me about the outfit and the inspiration?
Proudly made by women, rural women of the Eastern Cape, Emonti, Buffalo City, because I believe that I'm here representing the poorest of the poor. Those mothers at home, they must know that they are represented. How they dress up, I must dress up here in Parliament. We fought for our culture, our tradition to be recognized.
But also I think it says a big thing about being able to support their business. You know?
Yeah, business, especially after COVID, the small business and the local economic development is very important, that we must support proudly South Africans who sit in the rondavels, take time to make these outfits. There's no machine that was used here, but it is handmade.
Listen to that, the outfit is absolutely handmade, and I think there's beauty in it, and I appreciate the amount of hours that goes into making this. You look absolutely stunning. I think that this color, the mix of the color with the pink, wow. I mean, we don't usually see people wearing pink. Yeah. Tell us about the inspiration of color.
I like bright colors. This country is bright. It needs bright people. You must not approach the country mourning and being dull. I'm the bubbly person. These are my two sisters. two sisters, and we're all dressed by Tsebisa Mas Emonti Eslalini Ngasekonce.
Ukebisa Wasemonti has dressed you looking absolutely gorgeous, and I hope that we're able to ensure that they can get so much business, and good luck to all of them. Enjoy Sona and enjoy the work you got to do inside there. Oh, you're looking good. Oh, ndiyabonga mama Nina nibahle. And coming up next is the Minister of Human Settlements. Oh, looking all gorgeous with a lovely inspiration, Mama Lukukubai, and she joins us here on Parliament TV as well as Proudly SA. Minister, you look absolutely stunning.
Thank you. We're promoting African free trade.
Yeah.
As we talk about integration in the continent, improving our economy, but also our trade amongst, inspired by Ghana.
You're inspired by Ghana. Please, can you turn around for me? I'm looking at the bag. I want to see the detail. So I want to see the detail, the bag. It's matching with the earrings. Just like all the details. So we've got like the fashion police out there looking at everything, and they're going to be, you know, judging this absolute beautiful look. The hats, Ghana, everything else, promoting free trade.
I am promoting our integration as the African continent. If we talk about the importance of African free trade, it talks about movement of people and goods, but it talks about us being able to trade within. We're one of the few continents where trade doesn't happen. So buying Africa, wearing Africa is not only about South Africa. We are actually the drivers of the African free trade through our Secretary General, who's a South African. So what better way of showcasing, as we celebrate our 30 years of democracy, showcasing that as South Africa, we remain within the continent and loyal to the continent.
Absolutely stunning. You look absolutely gorgeous. Please, can you do one more spin for us? One more spin for us. One more spin for us. Looking absolutely gorgeous. Happy New Year and enjoy Sona.
Thank you very much.
Let's cut back to studio and hear what people have to say about some of those looks. I think we're talking like Ghana, the inspiration of Africa. Absolutely amazing. Let's cut back to studio.
Tammy, those are some gorgeous attires. However, I do not have the credentials, I do not have the dues, I do not have the things to say, the words to use, but I am here with our local fashion designers that are here to tell us and give us all the words and give us everything that we need. BG.
Well,
what did you think? We have a Ghana-inspired attire. We have a Xhosa-inspired attire.
It's fabulous. I love, look, you know, at the end of the day, I think it's beautiful, the celebration of color. So I love the celebration of color, and it's fun, and it's just vibrant, and that's, I think, also beautiful about, you know, traditional garments in South Africa as well, and all the different tribal sort of influences and whatever. I think it's really stunning. I love the concept of the colors and bringing it up and actually being so invested in, you know, sort of really wearing them. You
so
know,
we're talking color palettes now. My language is coming out right. Otis, what are your thoughts?
I mean, my thoughts, especially with the last lady, I'm assuming she's a minister.
Yes, she is.
My issue with it is that she went for Ghana. And she's
Otis is a meanie. Otis is the meanie in the group.
I mean, my thing is, if we're going to build the economy, we have to start at home. For me, I would have appreciated it more if she had focused on our culture and our tradition here in South Africa, and again, buying from South Africa. If you're going to buy a Kente fabric, you're still supporting another economy as opposed to our economy that we're trying to grow. So I'm not really being a meanie. All I'm merely saying is that how's about she supports local and buy locally produced fabrics as opposed to now focusing on Ghana.
Absolutely. Hungry?
I really think her outfit was constructed really well. It set really beautifully. It you know, accentuated the right, you know, form of her body. She looked really amazing. I do share the same sentiments with Otis regarding, like, why not home? Start home. Be proud of growing the economy first, home, and then we can branch out, and we have this free trade with our African you know, sisters and
Yes,
brothers.
yes.
And the color coordination, what Bishi was saying, really vibrant, beautiful. Yeah, no, she had it. It's just that whole thing of not supporting home is a bit, yeah.
I think the takeaway is they've been saying a lot lately on social media, especially after the South Africa won the World Rugby World Cup. They say no DNA, just RSA. And I think this goes with Proudly South Africa as well.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, I want to also ask you about the outfit that we saw before, the yellow attire that the member was wearing. What did you think about that, Otis?
I mean, again, I like the fact that she paid attention to...
She made it herself.
She made it herself. Even.
She made it herself. And when she said that, it made me... She made it herself.
She made it herself. Even.
She made it herself. And when she said that, it made me think of the conversation that we were having, that when you design something, you have to look at your build, you have to look at yourself. What is it that's going to suit you? And that made me think of that immediately. I mean, if she's making it herself, who knows you better than yourself, I think. I don't know. Maybe you have a different opinion?
I don't know. Sometimes it's a little difficult being your own judge. You know, I think sometimes you need to actually allow somebody else to kind of give you a little bit of perspective, because you see yourself in a certain way, other people see you in a different way.
That's why we have the local fashion police.
Exactly.
Yes. Hungry?
I really think, you know, yeah, she made it herself, but it was not seated well.
Okay.
The cape over, everything just going, and the jewelry.
You were not impressed.
But I mean, you can tell that the stitching technique was immaculate. It was really done nicely.
All right.
Really done nicely. But how it was constructed, how the pattern. Oh no,
Perfect.
it just didn't work.
I shared different sentiment to that.
I hear that Tammy has somebody else for us.
Oh.
Can we go to Tammy? Let's get back to Tammy and see what's going on outside.
The binding lines were not straight.
And we're back again, looking at another incredible look. We've just seen a beautiful piece that was made by Xhosa women in Umtata that looks amazing. And we're standing here with Nompendulo Mkhatshwa, a member of parliament, who's also a quite young leader who understands... I mean, like, okay, a young leader who understands the importance of... Yeah, I want to ask you what inspired this outfit. You look absolutely gorgeous.
Right, hi Tammy, it's good to see you. So this is our last Sona of the 6th administration, and as you can see, most of the colors on the bako are South African colors, all the colors of the flag, to really appreciate the opportunity one has been given to serve in the 6th administration. It's been a roller coaster, it's been exciting, one has learned a lot, and one really appreciates the opportunity that South Africans has given them to lead, to serve, to take Parliament to the people, to take their issues, particularly students, because I've served in the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Innovation. So taking issues of students to Parliament has been really at the core of my work, but also serving my constituency. So shout out to all the people in Sophia Town, all the young girls that I interact with. So yeah, so my dress is saying, thank you, Sada.
Turn around, let's see it.
Thank you, Sada. Thank you, Sada.
So your message is thank you, Sada, but how important is it for us to wear local?
It's absolutely important. I mean, it directly has an impact on our local economy, and that's why, as the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Innovation, we've really also prioritized ensuring that young people have access to skills in fashion technology. So our TVET colleges offer fashion technology. We also have a SETA called Wholesale and Retail SETA that also empowers our, for example, community education and training colleges to have labs and spaces where fashion technology can be taught. So sewing, crochet, and other forms of fashion technology skills. Yesterday, Tammy, we were, well, the whole week, so Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we were doing oversight in the Eastern Cape, right? So we visited KSD TVET College in Umtata, WUSU in Umtata, Buffalo City College in East London, Forte in Alice, then ended the trip or the oversight visits in Grahamstown, Makanda, with Rhodes University, and Eastern Cape CET College.
Right.
And there we saw directly how wholesale and retail CETA has set up labs to make sure that young people in their local economies can have skills where they can make our mbacos.
Yes.
We don't want our mbacos made by people, you know,
elsewhere.
Even the colors, what do they mean? How do the lines have to be? So we're really excited as a portfolio committee to see some of the work that our department is doing, ensuring that young people can participate in fashion technology. Interestingly, last week we had the World Skills Competition ZA, right? So young people from across the country, from TVET colleges, from CETs, they come and they compete in the various trade areas. So it could be bricklaying, it could be carpentry, plumbing, fashion technology, even beauty therapy. So like abantu abaqhinayo, manala, the whole thing, right? Yes. And so when these kids compete, so they come from like different regions, so they'll compete at a regional level, provincial level, national level, then they go to the Worlds, right? And this year's Worlds are in Lyon, France. I hope they can parler français parce que, you know, they must be able to compete globally. So these young people who have been competing in fashion skills will be representing South Africa in France.
Absolutely stunning. Thank you for the work that you're doing with young people, especially around fashion. And thank you for the fashion technology initiative that you guys are pushing. And I hope that it produces more and more jobs for our young people. And thank you for serving us and leading, okay? You look absolutely stunning. Again, thank you, South Africa.
Thank you, South Africa. Thank you, South Africa.
That was Nompendula Mkasha, who was talking about the importance of fashion technology and working within TVET colleges. I'm going to send it back to studio, and then when we're back, we've got more people to talk to, okay? In fact, you know, I'm not sending it back to studio. We're going to do the public protector. Welcome to Sona 2024.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
You look gorgeous. Can I see your entire fit? You know, a couple of years ago, one would say that like public protectors need to look a certain kind of way, and they wouldn't show off some, you know, cleavage, this kind of design. What inspired this look?
What really inspired this look is that I'm formal every day. I'm formal at work. Even when I go around, people expect me to be formal. But sometimes, you know, I just have to
let go,
ease down, and for a change be listening, you know, and actually be in a relaxed mode. But also I'm a youthful public protector, so that's something I don't want to run away from.
How important is it for people to wear local?
It is very critical for people to wear local. I mean, it assists to grow local economy, to develop jobs within our country. But it is important for money to circulate within our communities, to assist our communities and our society at large. But most importantly, to show the South African pride, the South African brand, to showcase it. This is an event, for instance, that is watched throughout the world, but for them to show what South Africa is capable of.
I loved it. Thank you so much for taking time to talking to us. You look absolutely stunning, and I can't wait to see what everybody else is going to bring to the carpet. Color of the carpet almost look the same. Doesn't she look just stunning?
Thank you.
We're going to throw it back to studio. That's the public protector. I'm protected. I don't know about you guys in the studio as a fashion police. You guys can judge for yourself, okay? Mwah. Mwah. Mwah.
Proudly South African has partnered with Parliament, and we are trying to see if parliamentarians, members of Parliament, esteemed guests are supporting the economy and ensuring that there is much needed job creation and retention of jobs through the lobbying for promotion of local goods, services and industries. So we have seen quite a few, right? We've seen quite a few attires. Some were really traditional, some were really regal. You see, I'm getting my language on here. I'm learning a lot. Otis, what did you think?
I mean, the public protector's dress needed a couple of things. I find that for the kind of setting and the kind of event that she's going to,
in South Africa, more proudly South African. Then we went with a local brand based right here in Cape Town, South Africa, and
again,
that's what we're taking with us to India as we compete for this one.
Make sure that you wear the right undergarment.
Yes,
right
local is
undergarment, I mean, I'm sure about the corset. You could have done the corset just so that you could like sort of cinch it in around the waistline. Because now if you're going to wear anything featuring into the bulge on the side profile, then it ends up looking nice. So for me, the dress, beautifully made, but there's other little small things that they could have done. Undergarment, lift up the cleavage a bit, and again, they could have... I'll leave it to Hangwani to say it.
Biju was actually nodding, so I want to know why. But Biju, do you agree?
Yes, 100% I agree with that, but I'm a little bit of a stickler for a fit. So I love the dress. I do find that the cleavage is perhaps a little low, but then again, I do risque dresses as well. Okay. So, you know, the thing is, I'm a little... you know, I'm on the fence about that, but I do find that it would have looked so much more beautiful if the waist nipped in, and if the line from the bodice to the skirt was nice and smooth. So there was a lot of rippling in the waist. So it's a little sad because I think it was a good look.
Hungry? I see you nodding as well.
The dress, I agree with the, you know, exposing a bit too much of the chest area, you know, the bust area.
Yes.
I think that could have been done rather a bit, you know, tactfully. It was a bit tasteless, you know, just that little part. And the bulging of the dress at the back, because it wasn't really seated well on the back. Especially now, if she's going to be moving around, she'll have to try and like adjust the dress all the time.
Right. Yeah. So more policing. Let's watch the screen and see more of the members and esteemed guests as they enter to the Sona.
Can we get a quick picture of you guys there? Okay, we're going to cut back to studio. I love you guys. Let's hear what you have to say back at studio. Mwah. Okay. All right, I know you want to take pictures of me, but you know what I'm trying to do? I'm trying to do my job. The people I want to take pictures, and I'm trying to do my job and find incredible looking individuals out here. Yes. Yes. Oh, I see gorgeous looking individuals out here. Now you have to stop for a second and we have a look at your outfit. We have here the former mayor of Ekurhuleni, Mr. Mzandile Masina, and the wife looking absolutely gorgeous. Please, can you just turn around for us to look at your outfits? Yes, look at that. Look at that. Please kindly tell me, what are you wearing and what inspired this look?
Well, I'm wearing Rankies. Just something bright to signify the future of South Africa, and that's about it.
Okay.
Something bright and beautiful.
Something bright and gorgeous. And what are you wearing?
Black is beautiful all the time.
So we're talking wearing local and wearing proudly South African brands and how important it is for us to buy local. And I want to ask you what you think is the big, you know, role of us being able to support our young people, our young designers, to growing the economy here in the country. You can answer that. I mean, you can answer that.
I thought it's reserved for the. I thought it's reserved for the ladies.
No, fashion is not for ladies only.
I think it's always good to support local, and many of our artists have gone global. So I can tell you that I have no doubt that those who are responsible for fashion in South Africa, they've done very well, and we must continuously support them.
Absolutely stunning. Your outfit has got so much detail. A lot of detail. I've got people there who are doing the fashion police. They're going to want to see the detail of your outfit. I'm going to ask you to just turn around one more time. There we go. Shy, turn around and look absolutely gorgeous. Let's look at the detail of it all. Good luck for tonight. Happy New Year. You guys must enjoy yourselves. Oh, I see there's a South Africa sign here. At least, you know, we're represented. Have a good evening. Mwah, mwah.
Thank you, Tammy. Thank you.
Shall we go? Shall we go? You're looking gorgeous. Hello, Namfundo. How are you? Good, thank you. You look stunning. What are you wearing?
I'm wearing a Francois dress.
A Francois dress?
Yeah.
What inspired it?
Elegance.
Elegance.
Yes, elegance. I had to look elegant for tonight. It's important to us as a country. Yes, as business people, as a business person. Yeah.
So we're actually looking for people who are wearing local and asking them, why is it important to wear local? It's
important to support local. I'm a local business person, and I would love to see everyone supports local. It's very important.
Okay, can you please turn around for us so we can see your beautiful outfit? You look absolutely stunning, the detail of it. I know my colleagues out there at the Fashion Police are going to be looking at all this detail that's out here. It's looking, I'm seeing the feathers.
Francois is from Durban.
Yeah, I mean, Durban is getting like hyped up right now, looking all amazing. You look stunning. Happy New Year and enjoy Sona.
Thank you so much.
I see another gorgeous look, another gorgeous look, another gorgeous look. Oh my God. So black is dominating. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too. You look absolutely stunning.
Thank you.
Your outfit is serving. Please can I ask you to turn for us, to do a little twirl for us, and then tell us what inspired this outfit.
This outfit is inspired by simplicity, yet classy, and daringness. You know, can you see it's daring a bit? And it's done by a young designer from Limpopo.
Yeah.
Pika Designs. Her name is Pindu. She's in Polokwane, and we traveled all the way to her to make us this outfit.
I mean, you see, so we're spending on travel and we're ensuring that we are empowering our Limpopo individuals. This looks absolutely stunning. Earlier on, somebody was talking about the richness of Limpopo and the richness of the fabrics and out there. So now we're talking about the wealth of like supporting local. Why is it important for us to support young designers and local designers?
It's important because any economy that has grown, it has grown because there was locally bred industries. And it cannot grow if we do not buy, because a Pindu who's dressing me today will not be known in the US. She can only be known in South Africa, and I must contribute to making her known so that tomorrow you can also use her for her designs. But also, if you go anywhere else, you go to Spain, you go wherever, in their markets, in their shops, it's only made in their countries. In France, it's made in Paris. But here in South Africa, where is it made? So we must get it made in South Africa. We create jobs, we grow the economy, and we deal with unemployment in one go.
I mean, I don't know what you guys want me to say after that. Grow the economy, deal with unemployment at one go, and speaking to young people and solving the problems of young people in this country. You look absolutely stunning. One more turn for us. Fashion Police is going to be looking at your outfit and saying, woo, that looks absolutely stunning. Body, 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 body. I'm looking for 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Happy New Year and enjoy Sona tonight.
Thank you. Thank
cool.
you.
Mwah. Oh! I don't know, do you want to kick? Would you like us to kick? Shall we kick?
Oh, yes, I did kick.
Okay. All right. So we're joined here by the Minister of Social Development, one of our favorite, Miss Lindiwe Zulu. You look absolutely stunning. Can I ask you to turn around so we can look at your outfit? Who is it designed by?
My daughter, as usual, Pindile. I call her Pindox. She's the one that dresses me up every time I have to walk on any red carpet. But let me tell you, besides her, I've got this special bag that I got from the Cape Town Society of the Blind. We are supporting the Cape Town Society of the Blind. They do the fabric from the beginning, and then they make the bag, number one. Number two, we've supported them as a Department of Social Development by giving them the latest equipment for eye testing, because eye testing is very expensive. So where they have the center, where they're training them, giving them the skills, we've also given them a whole set of new equipment for testing, for eye testing.
I know you don't only do that for just the minority group that's there, but there's a lot of work that you do also with the department, with GBV, and how you skill them in terms of the space around clothing and textile. Can you talk to me a little bit about that? Because I've been to spaces and I've seen women who get moved from being dependent or being victims of GBV to being independent through those initiatives.
This afternoon we also participated in a program that is about the Saint Salesian. They take people people from the street, young people from the streets. They take women who have been abused, they bring them to St. Salesian and they train them on different skills, including a whole range of areas of training in the on technology, on nails, and what I found that they were doing the nails and all that. So it's important for us as South Africa also to support local designers. They have local designers there, and I'm hoping that what they have there can grow so that people can be able to produce and then get the market. The biggest problem we have the designers and everybody, but the market is not available. So we must open up the market, starting with yourself.
I mean, you look absolutely amazing. Turn around one more time. The fashion police is going to be looking at you. You look absolutely stunning. Happy New Year and enjoy Sona.
Thank you.
Okay, so I literally tried to grab everyone as much as I could, and they're all moving around here. They're all looking absolutely fabulous. Some of you guys will see these images on your stills, but we've got some time to go and review all of these looks. I'm going back to studio. This has been an incredible time. We're about to start Sona. Please keep being glued onto your screens on the Parliament TV as well as the Proudly SA social media pages. Please enjoy. Let's take it back to the studio. My name is Tammy Dish and I'm out.
Thank you so much, Tammy. Now, as we have said, Parliament has partnered with Proudly South African to ensure that we grow the economy and we support the textile industry, the designers in South Africa. And we've started here at Parliament by having our own local fashion police to ensure that not only are they Parliament fixing social ills, but we are here in studio fixing the fashion ills. So, Viji, we have a lot of designs that are black. I saw a lot of black, and even say black is beautiful. So what are your thoughts on is it a little bit too safe, I think?
You know, safe, yes, but the thing is it's also timeless. So if you sit and think about it, it's like from a sustainability perspective, you know, those garments can be worn again and again and again and again and again. So it's not just a throwaway mentality, which is actually fabulous as well. So it has its positives, you know. And I must say, a couple of those dresses really, really looked beautiful, and they fitted really well. So I was quite impressed. It's like, shame, poor Tammy actually needed to be an octopus and have about 20 mics and 20 cameras around him, because there were a load of people that were actually walking past him that we missed, and I think we would have loved to have commented on some of those.
Yes. Otis, your thoughts?
I mean, I've seen quite a lot of beautifully made dresses. I liked the orange dress. It was well tailored. The beading was immaculate. The detailing was amazing, and I also liked the black dress. The fit on the black dress. You could see that the person that made the dress went to school, and actually I want to speak on that. That, you know what, not for we get a lot of people that love fashion and they think they can be fashion designers, and they don't even go and study the little basic things of how to construct and make a garment.
We're going to talk about that when it comes to the types of opportunities that there are in the fashion industry, and how does one equip themselves to become a local fashion police. Hangwe, what did you think of those dresses and those attires? They were black, some were gorgeous, embellishments, beads. It was gorgeous. What did you think?
I am really, really impressed by our politicians. You know, first of all, they're supporting local.
Yes.
And they are really going for the best in the industry. And I'm not saying that, I mean, there are others that are still mushrooming out there. They can learn at least something from what they've made for our Member of Parliament, and they really looked amazing, especially Mam Zwandili's wife. She looked absolutely beautiful in that, and I love what the designer did. Was it Ryan Keys?
It is Ryan.
Yeah, he really did. Yeah, he executed that really well. And, you know, playing around with tone on tone, you know, when you play around with the same type of color, it's important to bring out the art side of things, you know, how he brought what he envisioned into life. Yeah, it looked really absolutely magnificent.
Well, now let's go back to what Otis was talking about, and it's something that I wanted us to get onto the more serious side of the industry. So perhaps there is a Nandi, there is a Carol somewhere who wants to start being a fashion designer. But the idea they have is that they're going to be sitting in the back room at home designing these dresses, getting so much here and there when there's an event. So how do we ensure that these designers get equipped with the necessary skills and the necessary know-how to ensure that they build their brand and they become the next fashion police? Otis?
I mean, for me, it's a matter of empowering yourself. You could be at a position where you cannot afford to go and study at a much more professional space.
Yes, financial resources are a serious issue in South Africa.
Then you need to then find ways of how you can get yourself into the space. There's a lot of fashion designers that have studied, that have equipped themselves over the years, and they build businesses that are successful. Go and intern. Go and intern as a young person. Immediately when you graduate or you leave school, you don't go and start your own brand. That is one of the mistakes that some of us made, and it took us very long for our businesses to grow and to get to where they are. Go and intern, dedicate a good 3, 4, 5 years of your life to working under someone so that you can pick up on certain trades of how to run a successful business. So instead of just focusing on, oh, I can make a pair of pants, I'm going to start a business, then you can look at other ways of how you can equip yourself and empower yourself.
However, situations aren't different. I mean, BG was saying that she started her business at a very young age, and BG's sitting with us right now. She is policing the members of parliament and the esteemed guests at the Sona 2024. So, BG, does it only go in one way? I mean, does one have to go and intern, or can you really just throw your head in the fire and see how things go?
You can do it that way, but the thing is, that's also the hard slog. So at the end of the day, personally, I can speak from my own experience, and my own experience basically says if I took myself back to that age, I would have put myself 100% into more environments where I could learn more. And you don't necessarily need to learn in a fashion school. Obviously, that's a bonus. Anybody that has the ability or has the resources or the opportunity to be able to study in a formal school, 100%. That is 100% support that or second that. But in a situation, for example, where you're financially challenged, you know, you can always, I think if you have the will to learn and the drive to learn, you can learn from your granny, you can learn from your cousin, you can learn from your sister, you know, skills that they may have learned or, you know, passed down, and not have the attitude of, okay, well, that's beneath me, and if I don't learn from a formal school, your knowledge and your skills don't mean anything.
Now that you mentioned that, I remember Hangwe also said that she learned from her mother. Yeah. That she got into fashion, the passion for fashion was from mom. Yeah. Now, in that sense, so you're agreeing with BG that...
I think, you know, if, you know, each and every one of us, we've got a purpose in life. And if you've got a calling for a particular, you know, field that needs to be of service, then you will really do well. But the main thing is to love what you do, and to be passionate, and to, I believe in always keep on, you have to keep on learning, you know, empowering yourself, be it, there are various ways now to empower yourself academically and get the know-how of that industry.
Perseverance,
yes.
Drive, and the know-how.
Willing to learn.
Thank you so much, guys. Well, this brings us to the end of our coverage on the fashion police. We've seen a lot of garments, we've seen a lot of fashion ills, I'll call them. We've had some mean comments from Otis here. However, we did ask that they be honest. Hopefully next year at the Sona 2025, there will be better outfits, and we'd like to thank you, proudly South Africa, for being here with us and partnering with South Africa. Next is the ceremonial part of the Sona, where the President will be delivering the State of the Nation address. Stay tuned and let's hear what the President has to say. Thank you so much.
We must construct that people-centered society of freedom in such a manner that it guarantees the political liberties and the human rights of all our citizens. We must construct that people-centered society of freedom in such a manner that it guarantees the political liberties and the human rights of all our citizens. We must construct that people-centered society of freedom in such a manner that it guarantees the political liberties and the human rights of all our citizens. We must construct that people-centered society of freedom in such a manner that it guarantees the political liberties and the human rights of all our citizens. We must construct that people-centered society of freedom in such a manner that it guarantees the political liberties and the human rights of all our citizens. We must construct that people-centered society of freedom in such a manner that it guarantees the political liberties and the human rights of all our citizens. We must construct that people-centered society of freedom in such a manner that it guarantees the political liberties and the human rights of all our citizens. We must construct that people-centered society of freedom in such a manner that it guarantees the political liberties and the human rights of all our citizens. We must construct that people-centered society of freedom in such a manner that it guarantees the political liberties and the human rights.
Elanga nisaphume malanga, yeah. Lezingane zilana ziyile, ukushukuthi udala usasibhekile, yeah. Ukushukuthi udala usasibhekile, bani before. Staying alone. I would in my life. Burning me born. But to share your love alone. I would in my life. Love, they wanna run your lives, walking about you, faithfully elegant, walking about you, but for you need praise, put your powers. Save love Kanyes Isomile Empati Elanga Disapume Malaga, yeah. Desingane Silana Ushukuti Times as begele, yeah. Ushukuti Times as begele. Silona zivile kushukutie yo Inkanyezi Isamile Samile Samile Silona zivile kushukutie yo He's the King of Kings. He will never support. Yeah, yeah. Those are very new. Our very new.
One, two. 1, 2. Testing.
As the army, and they are welcoming the deputy as well as the president when they are entering into the building.
And there's also going to be eminent persons, guests of parliament that are chosen by the provinces to come and represent the provinces as eminent persons from various provinces, all 9 provinces across the country. I was just saying, Colonel, we also going to have a 21-gun salute. What does it signify, and in what kind of events do we have the gun salute?
So the gun salute is part of the artillery. They make use of the 24-pounders cannons, which comes from a long way ago, I think 1842. They are called 24-pounders because the projectiles that they are using are 25 pounds. So that's why they are called. It's an 88mm caliber that they are using, but in today's celebration, it will be only blanks that they will be shooting. So the 21 gun salute is specifically only for the president.
Okay.
So if it's the Minister of Defense, for instance, it will be 19, and Chief SANDF, for instance, will be 17 guns salutes. But for the president, it's specifically 21. So you can ask yourself, where do you get the 21? It's easier when the ships came in. They usually had 7 cannons on the ship, and there was 3 what's the words? Layers.
Yeah.
So then when the ship comes into the country, they will shoot their guns to say they are empty now and they come in peace. And then the crew on the land, they will reply on that salute, and they will also then shoot 21 guns back. And that's where that is a international tradition.
So it's just to say we are not here to fight, we come in peace, and then the army on the other side would also receive them to say we are also not fighting, you are welcome.
Yes, all the guns are empty then. Yeah.
Okay. So in this context, is to say, what does it mean when it's when the salute is done in an event like this one?
So the salute is done for the president as a welcoming for him, and then also because it's like a tradition that the president qualifies for a 21-gun salute.
So it must take a very long time for the members of the SANDF to train for all these things. How difficult is the process to rehearse and train for events such as this?
Yeah, we are kind of trained every day. So it's just a question of going through the steps again and do the repetition of that. So for this parade, for instance, we started on Sunday, and we had some dry runs at Ikapa, and then the last 2 days we were in the city and doing the practice-ins at evenings.
And who qualifies for training within the army to be part of this?
Well, there's a MSDS system where people can apply for joining the army. So that is,
Yeah, okay. So now what we see on screen are the presiding officers of Parliament, led by the Secretary to Parliament, to the far right, and then you have the Speaker over there of the National Assembly, also the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Amos Masondo, being received by the Navy Band, and they are waiting to receive the President of the Republic of South Africa, who will be addressing the nation in just about 18 minutes or so. So we are expecting the President to arrive, and just before he goes into address, he will be received, and then he will be singing, there will be a singing of the national anthem and the 21 guns, and then he will be inside. I was still asking Colonel, who qualifies for training to be part of all of this?
The training, we've got a military system that people outside can apply, people between the age of 18 and 21. And then if they are selected, they go through a selection, and then when they are selected, they will be trained like basic training, and they will do it in the different services, the Army or the Navy or Air Force or SAMS. And then you qualify further up with ranks as you do different courses.
So the flight past, which unit or part of the army is doing the flight past?
The Griffins are coming from Hoedspruit. There will be 3 of them. Yeah, so they had a practice in yesterday. So, yeah.
So is it usually the same unit, or is it different units here this year, the following years, another unit, or is it the same people throughout?
Yeah, usually with the Air Force, they are based according to their base. So the Grippens will come from there. If it's the helicopters, they will come from Pretoria.
Oh, yeah, so each according to their base. So the guard that we see there, who is the one on the far left that we see on screen?
The Air Force guy. Unfortunately.
What does he do? What's their role?
Well, the colonels that is on the far left, the two Air Force colonels, they are the RDK selected officers, and they will, when the president comes, they will stand at the back of the podium, and when he moves into the building, they will escort him for the evening into the building. The rest of them are part of the step up, so they will stay outside after the president moved in.
So when the two escort the president inside, they stay outside?
Yeah, except for those two colonels, Air Force colonels, that will escort him inside.
So for young people who are perhaps watching this with interest, especially the entertainment that you see and the different roles that members of the Army and the Navy are playing here, and they are wishing to join in and be part of the Army, what's the process of their wish and what does it take?
Yeah, so we usually only had the last few years every second year intakes, but it seems as we are going back to the old system where we have an annual intake. And then if people are interested, they usually in February month, in the Sunday newspapers, they will advertise the recruitment process and also the application forms that they can fill in to apply for the Defence Force. So your training is basically done in 1 year then.
So it's a one year training.
Yeah.
And then what do we see now in the screen? Who is now coming in?
This looks like the president.
So yes, we have confirmation that indeed this is the president's motorcade, and it's moving in towards the entrance where the president will be received by the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. We are moving swiftly and closer to time. It's just about 12 minutes old before 7 o'clock. And there you see on screen the President of the Republic of South Africa and the First Lady being ushered in to be received by the presiding officers of Parliament. And you can see the junior guard on the side, the President stepping out to greet the junior guard.
So now the National Ceremonial Guard, they will come to attention as the President is also the Commander-in-Chief of the National Defence Force. So a way of showing him respect, they will then come to attention and they will then wait for the salute.
So from here, how long will it take before they get to the salute? What can we expect?
Well, if the President moves to the podium area, they will, when he's ready and standing there, they will give the orders of a salute.
At the moment, the President is greeting the eminent persons. These are special guests, special invitees from each and every province of this country, selected by provinces to be part of the State of the Nation address of 2024.
So the order caps that I spoke about are these two Air Force colonels that are standing with their backs at the moment to us. So they will receive the President. and then they will make a about turn, and the president will follow them to the podium.
So on screen is the First Lady being ushered to a place, and you can see now at the back the president is getting ready to be ushered into the podium. Colonel?
So they will now move to the podium area, and then the First Lady will not be part of the podium group. She will actually just stand somewhere in the back, and the compliments will then be paid to the president himself.
There is the president being led to the podium. Alongside or behind him, the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. Those are the presiding officers of Parliament. And now the President has taken the podium. Then what do we expect?
So now they gave the order president arms, and you see that the President is now taking the salute, and immediately the 21 gun salute have stopped.
Deliver his State of the Nation address.
Speaker of the National Assembly, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, President of the Republic of South Africa.
One day, kumland beningizimu Afrika nga 1994 lapho khona bantu baseningizimu Afrika bayovota kwekuqala nga washo babe Solomon Kalush Mahlangu wathi umzabalazo usaqhubeka ingakho nemzabalazo webuntu sisawenda ngaphansi kwahulumende wethu sikubonile sifika sifo se-COVID-19 yebo samelana naso sihlasela umhlaba wonke saphinde sayibona iningizimu Afrika ilula sandla ilulela iPalestine ingani singema Afrika sikholelwa kwekuthi umuntu ngumuntu ngebantu tandla diyagezana ngaphansi kwahulumende wethu sibonile kutemidlalo banjalo bayaphumelela ake nginthathe nginibuyisele emuva ngeminyaka wa 2023 lapho khona sibathiwa besifazane bangena ngelinyende eParliamente halala hulumende wethu ake ngiphindze nginatise ngetemidlalo ingani siyibonile banyana yasebenza ngekuthi khandla saphindze sayibona emabhokobhoko wente kumlando beningizimu Afrika lapho khona indebe ye-Rugby World Cup yabuya kwesine esiveni sakithi kanti singakhohlwa bafana basebenze ngekuthi khandla bafikile kuma-semi-finals ngaphansi kwahulumende wethu sibonile ukuthi bantu baseningizimu Afrika banawo emakhono ngingayikhohlwa njani indzaba yema-Grammy Awards ngoba sibabonile baqulu baseningizimu Afrika bavela baphakamisa umjeko wethu singama-Afrika kwathi manje ngoba nemculi loletha indondo ekhathi ekhaya halala ma-Afrika konke lokhu kuyenteka ngaphansi kwesandla somengameli wethu mengameli Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa ngivumeleni ngithi baholi bethu kusukela phasi kwamasipala kuyofika kumengameli bethu sithi bayekeleni banibeke emabala ngoba ingwe idla ngemabala siyanqoba lo mnyaka batawuvuma bayekeleni lo nyaka halala Sona 2024 halala halala South Africa halala halala mengameli Cyril Ramaphosa halala lo nyaka Masingo ahe Matamela ahe Songondlo ngingumthenzelo hlaba usamila imfutfanele bulala ngaphandle kwesikhali imamba lehlathanele ngibabona bulawe loshikitela ngetinyawo nekujahembini ngoba kukuthi emuva ngiwasempumalanga ngingiphuma sikothe sithuthelane ngebuhle ngaphasi kwamake premier referendumeni ngiwasenzaweni yasenkomazi ingani ngingaphasi kwamengameli wesineke mengameli Cyril Ramaphosa ngingosatane nziwe ngibide ngisabele ngisonzile.
There will be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, the President has called this joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces in terms of Section 842D of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. read with Joint Rule 13.1a to deliver his State of the Nation address to Parliament. Honorable members, before I invite the President to address this joint sitting, I wish to remind all of us that in December last year, amendments to the Joint Rules of Parliament were agreed in respect of Chapter 2 of the Joint Rules, specifically Parts 1 and 2, which deal with order in joint sittings and the rules of debate. In this regard, I wish to highlight the following: that the rules provide that no other business may be considered during a joint sitting other than the specified business for which the joint sitting was called. Rule 15.3 provides that no member may interrupt the President whilst delivering the State of the Nation address. In terms of Joint Rule 5.7, a point of order must be confined only to a matter of breach of these joint rules or parliamentary procedure or practice or a matter relating to unparliamentary conduct and must be raised immediately when the alleged breach occurs. The member raising the point of order must refer to a rule or standing order, or at the least the principle or subject matter upon which the point of order is being based. A member wishing to raise a question of privilege must report it to the Speaker or Chairperson without delay in accordance with Joint Rule 5.8. If the alleged breach of privilege is, in the opinion of the Speaker or the Chairperson, adequately substantiated and may affect a joint sitting of the House on the day or in the immediate future, the Speaker or the Chairperson may, in due regard to the provisions of the Act, rule on the matter and announce it in the joint sitting. If the alleged breach of privilege does not directly affect the joint sitting of the Houses in the immediate future, the Speaker or the Chairperson may refer the matter to the relevant committee of the House to which affected member belongs. Rule 38 stipulates that whenever the presiding officer addresses members during a joint sitting, any member then speaking or seeking to speak must resume his or her seat, and the presiding officer must be heard without interruption. Rule 52 provides that no member shall use unparliamentary, offensive, abusive, insulting, disrespectful, unbecoming language or sounds or offensive or threatening gestures. Rule 57 provides that rulings by presiding officers are final and binding and may not be challenged or questioned in the House. In terms of Joint Rule 8, a member who willfully fails or refuses to obey any joint rule or order or resolution may be found guilty of contempt of Parliament. As members are aware, the rules are there to protect the dignity and decorum of the House and to ensure that business before the Houses of Parliament is conducted in an orderly manner. Rule 41 states that if the presiding officer is of the opinion that a member is deliberately contravening a provision of these rules, or that a member is disregarding the authority of the chair, or that of a member's conduct is grossly disorderly, the presiding officer may order the member to leave the chamber immediately for the remainder of the sitting. I now call the President to address the joint sitting.
Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Amos Masondo, Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Paul Mashatile, and Mrs. Mashatile, former President Thabo Mbeki, former Deputy President Zile Mlambo Ngcuka, former Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Baleka Mbete, Chief Justice Raymond Zondo, Deputy Chief Justice Ms. Mandisa Maya, various justices who are here present, Mayor of Cape Town, Councillor Gordon Hill-Lewis, Dean of the Diplomatic Corps and Regional Deans, the heads of institutions supporting our democracy, eminent persons representing our 9 provinces who I just greeted a few minutes ago, members of Parliament, and fellow South Africans. As we were preparing this State of the Nation address, we were deeply saddened to hear of the tragic passing of Dr. Hage Geingob, the President of the Republic of Namibia. President Geingob was a dear friend to me and to the people of South Africa, and a comrade in arms in the struggle for our freedom. He was a champion of African peace, unity, progress, and development. May I ask that we observe a moment of silence in his honor as we remember him by rising. Thank you. This State of the Nation address takes place in the 30th year of our democracy. On the 27th of April, 1994, millions of South Africans cast their ballot in a democratic election, many for the very first time in their lives. That momentous day was the culmination of centuries of struggle, the struggle to liberate our people from suffering, from dispossession, oppression, exploitation, and poverty and inequality. As we stood in the long, winding queues to vote, we turned to one another and spoke of our joy, and sometimes with tears running down our cheeks. We embraced friends and strangers alike, encouraged by a sense of a common future that we were about to determine for our country with our votes. We placed into those ballot boxes not just a vote, but a dream of the country we wanted to build. It was the dream of a South Africa that, in every sense, belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. The world watched as Nelson Mandela, the father of our nation, cast his vote in Inanda in KwaZulu-Natal, the land of Ushaka, a hero whose name echoes across the ages, the birthplace of John Langalibalele Dube, the first president of the African National Congress. organization which united African people, and the home of Chief Albert Luthuli, the first African Nobel Peace Laureate. In many ways, his voting in Inanda, at the place where John Langalibalele Dube is buried, was symbolic, because through casting his vote there, he was reporting back to the first president of the ANC on how far the struggle had been prosecuted. After casting his ballot, Madiba said, "This is the beginning of a new era. We have moved from an era of pessimism, division, limited opportunities, turmoil, and conflict. We are starting a new era of hope, reconciliation, and nation building. It is this dream of a free and united people that is woven into our democratic constitution. It is this constitution that has guided our collective efforts over the last 3 decades to fundamentally change our country for the better. And it must stand at the center of the work that we do now to build a better life for all our people. Over the last 3 decades, we have been on a journey striving together to achieve a new society, a national democratic society. We have cast off the tyranny of apartheid and built a democratic state based on the will of the people. We have established strong institutions to protect the fundamental freedoms and human rights of all our people. We have transformed the lives of millions of South Africans, providing the necessities of life and creating opportunities that never existed for them before. We have enabled a diverse economy whose minerals, whose agricultural products, and manufactured goods are exported and reach every corner of the world while creating jobs in our own country. As a country, we have returned to the community of nations, extending a hand of peace and friendship to all countries and all peoples. Just as we cannot deny the progress South Africans have made over the last 30 years, nor should we diminish the severe challenges that we continue to face as a people. We have endured times of great difficulty when the strength of our constitutional democracy has been severely tested. There have been times when events beyond our borders have held back our progress. The global financial crisis of 2007 and 2008 brought to an end a decade of strong growth and faster job creation. More recently, the Russia-Ukraine conflict has contributed to rising prices of fuel, food, and other commodities across the world, and has, as a result, made life more difficult for all South Africans. There have also been times when events at home have shaken the foundations of our constitutional democracy. Perhaps the greatest damage was caused during the era of state capture. For a decade, individuals at the highest levels of the state conspired with private individuals to take over and repurpose state-owned enterprises, law enforcement agencies, and other public institutions. In some cases, these activities were enabled by local and multinational companies. Billions of rands that were meant to meet the needs of ordinary South Africans were stolen. Confidence in our country was badly eroded. Public institutions were severely weakened. The effects of state capture continue to be felt across society, from the shortage of freight locomotives to crumbling public services, from poor performance of our power stations to failed development projects in a number of places. But South Africans, including many honest and dedicated public servants, fought back and worked together to defeat state capture. Even then, attempts to thwart the country's recovery continued. We recall with great anguish the events of July 2021, when individuals loyal to their own interests sought to provoke a popular insurrection, leading to a tragic loss of life and widespread destruction. Again, they were unsuccessful. These efforts to undo the hard-won gains of our freedom failed because the people of South Africa stood firm together in defense of our Constitution and its promise of a better life for all. It was the same determination that enabled the country to endure the devastation of COVID-19, the worst global pandemic in over a century. More than 100,000 South Africans lost their lives to the disease, and more than 2 million people lost their jobs. Yet it would have been far worse if we had not acted together as South Africans to stop the spread of the virus, to support our health workers, to protect the most vulnerable, and to roll out an unprecedented vaccination program. We were able to unite society around a common effort to save lives and livelihoods. I want to pay tribute to many thousands of South Africans who made financial contributions to the Solidarity Fund, to the workers who produce medical supplies, and to the nurses, the doctors, and other health workers, to our soldiers and police, who also risked their lives to care for those who were ill. Another major challenge we had to address during this period is gender-based violence and femicide, which we characterized as the second pandemic. As the government, we have introduced laws and directed more resources to prosecuting perpetrators, providing better support to survivors, and promoting women's empowerment at an economic level. As a society, we must intensify our collective efforts to bring together various efforts that are going to bring gender-based violence and femicide to an end. In recent years, the country has had to confront the effects of climate change. We have had devastating wildfires here in the Western Cape, destructive floods in KwaZulu-Natal, unbearable heat waves in the Northern Cape, persistent drought in the Eastern Cape, and intense storms in Gauteng and Northwest. Much of the task of this administration was to get our country through these challenges and to work to regain our way. While each of these events has left its mark, our country has weathered every storm and every challenge that we confronted. Yes, we have the scars to show, but in every case, South Africans have been resolute. We have not only persevered, but we have come back stronger and more determined from all these calamities that befell our country. All these efforts have demonstrated how South Africans value their freedom, a freedom that was won after decades of struggle. The story of the first 30 years of our democracy can best be told through a number of initiatives that have been embarked upon in the 30 years. But I think that the story can best be told through the life of a child who was born at the dawn of our democracy called Tintswalo. Tintswalo, democracy's child, grew up in a society that was worlds apart from the South Africa of her parents, South Africa of her grandparents and great-grandparents. Loko Tintswalo afika ka South Africa, ukume kuri swilo swo tala a swa ha fani na swilo swa khale. Ukume kuri swilo leswi endlaku hulumeni wa hina i swona swi nga kota ku ri swi yisa vutomi bya yena pambili. She grew up in a society governed by a constitution rooted in equality, the rule of law, and affirmation of the inherent dignity of every citizen. Tintswalo and many others born at the same time as her were beneficiaries of the first policies of the democratic state to provide free health care for pregnant women and children under the age of 6. Tintswalo's formative years were spent in a house provided by the state, one of millions of houses built to shelter the poor. O ile a re ha a tswalwa a hwetša hore dintlo di a agiwa ke mmuso o motjha wa South Africa. Ba bang ba ileng ba tswala pele ga ena ba ne ba golela dintlong tsa maratharata. Empa yena o ile a re ha a tswalwa a hwetša gore mmuso o wa South Africa o agela batho dintlo tse dintši-ntši. Tintswalo grew up in a household provided with basic water and electricity, in a house where her parents were likely to have lived without electricity before 1994. Ngo-1994, abantu abaningi kulelizwe lakithi bebengenawo ugesi. Kodwa uTintswalo uthe makezalwa wathola ukuthi ugesi ukhona. Ufakwe uhulumeni. Tintswalo was enrolled in a school in which her parents did not have to pay school fees. And each school day, she received nutritious meals as part of a program. the program that today supports 9 million learners from poor families. Hoyu Tinswalo, duva achia chikoloni, usika chikoloni, gamacheloni, kazunga zikolo, uwana na breakfast, kazunga chikolo, uwana ziliwaza masiyara. Hezi zoba zisaitei chipingani chakali. Zoba zisiho namusi ziyaitea nga uri unamubuso muswa wa Afrika chipembe uneva kweisa zitupanda. The democratic state provided a child support grant to meet Tinswalo's basic needs. This grant, together with other forms of social assistance, continues to be a lifeline for more than 26 million South Africans every month. With this support, Tinswalo, democracy's child, was able to complete high school. Through the assistance of the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, Tinswalo attended one of our TVET colleges and obtained a qualification. When Tinswalo entered the world of work, she was able to progress and thrive with the support of the state's employment equity and black economic empowerment policies. With the income she earned, she was able to save. She was also able to support her parents. She was able to start a family, to move into a better house, and to live a better life. This is the story of millions of people who have been born since the dawn of democracy. Whether people like it or not, this is the reality of many people in our country. But truth be told, it is only part of the story. For despite the remarkable achievements of the last 30 years, many of democracy's children still face great challenges. Millions of young people aged 15 to 24 years are currently not in employment, education, or training. There are many who have a matric, a diploma, or a degree who are not able to find a job or do not have the means to even start a business. Now, this is a trend that prevails in many countries around the world. While economic growth is essential to reduce unemployment, we cannot wait to provide the work that many of democracy's children need. As government, we have taken steps to address the youth unemployment challenge. I had the privilege yesterday to be in the presence of almost 1,000 young people. 1,000 young people who are bearing testimony to how, through the various initiatives that government has put in place, that the private sector has also put in place, have been able to see progress in their own lives. 3 years ago, building on the experience and success of the expanded public works program, we launched the Presidential Employment Stimulus, Through this program, we've been able to create more than 1.7 million work and livelihood opportunities. Through the stimulus, we have placed more than 1 million young people as school assistants in 23,000 schools. If you go around our country and you talk to school principals, you talk to school teachers, they will tell you how beneficial this program has been in assisting them in their schools, but more importantly, how beneficial this program has been to these young people who are being introduced to the world of work. This has provided them with valuable work experience while improving learning outcomes. Through the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention, we have established what we call SA Youth Mobi as a zero-rated platform for unemployed young people to access opportunities for learning and earning. Over 4.3 million people, young people for that matter, are now engaged on the network, and 1.6 million have so far secured opportunities. We have, working together with the National Youth Development Agency, the NYDA, set up a number of initiatives to provide opportunities for young people, including the National Youth Service and the Youth Employment Service, where we are cooperating and working with the private sector. A number of companies in our country have signed up to this, as they have seen the need to join in the task of creating job opportunities for young people. These programs matter because work matters to people. The NYDA has played a key role in assisting a number of young people to start their own businesses. Having a job does not only provide an income, it is fundamental to people's sense of self-worth, of dignity, of hope, purpose, and inclusion. From the depths of deprivation and inequality, we have worked over 30 years to ensure that all South Africans have an equal chance to prosper. And we have sought to live up to leaving no one behind. It is not enough to recognize the injustices of the past. We need to correct them. We have introduced laws and undertaken programs to enable Black South Africans who were previously disadvantaged and prevented from getting into many opportunities. We've also enabled women to advance in the workplace, to become owners and managers, to acquire land and to build up assets, even as, because they are women, were prevented by laws of the past from doing so. The proportion of jobs in executive management held by Black people have increased exponentially, almost fivefold between 1996 and 2016. One of the overriding challenges this administration had to deal with when it took office was state capture and corruption. Our first priority was to put a decisive stop to state capture, to dismantle the criminal networks within the state and to ensure that perpetrators face justice. We had to do so. We had to do so that we could restore our institutions and rebuild our economy. We appointed capable people with integrity to head our law enforcement agencies. government departments, security services, and companies, often through an independent and transparent process. The credibility and efficiency of a number of institutions, like the South African Revenue Service, have been restored and their performance has improved. Some may not like this, but that is the reality of what has happened. We set up the Investigating Directorate as a specialized and multidisciplinary unit within the National Prosecuting Authority to investigate corruption and other serious crimes. Great progress has been made in bringing those responsible for all these acts of malfeasance to justice. More than 200 accused persons are being prosecuted as we speak. More are under investigation. Stolen funds are being recovered. Freezing orders, I see you love this. Freezing orders of 14 billion rand have been granted to the NPA's Asset Forfeiture Unit for state capture-related cases, and around 8.6 billion rand in corrupt proceeds have been returned to the state. A restored and revitalized SARS has collected 4.8 billion in unpaid taxes as a result of evidence presented to the State Capture Commission, while the Special Investigating Unit has instituted civil litigation to the value of 64 billion rand. We have taken steps, including through new legislation, to strengthen our ability to prevent fraud and secure our removal from the grey list of the Financial Action Task Force. With the assistance of business, we have set up a digital forensic capability to support the NPA, especially its Investigating Directorate, which in due course will be expanded to support law enforcement more broadly. Legislation is currently before Parliament to establish the Investigating Directorate as a permanent entity with full investigating powers. But there is much more work to be done to eradicate corruption completely. Based on the recommendations of the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council, we are determined to introduce further measures to strengthen our anti-corruption agencies, to protect whistleblowers, to regulate lobbying and prevent the undue influence of public representatives in procurement. We will not stop until every person responsible is held to account. We will not stop. We will not stop until all money stolen has been recovered. And yes, we will not stop until even those corporations, blue chip corporations that were involved in state capture, are made to be accountable. The real tragedy of state capture was that it diverted attention and resources away from what government should have been doing, which is to grow our economy and create jobs. Over the past 5 years, we have worked earnestly to revive our economy from a decade of stagnation and to protect it from both domestic and global shocks. We have made progress in a number of ways. Our economy today is 3 times larger than what it was 30 years ago. The number of South Africans who are in employment has increased from 8 million in 1994 to 16.7 million today. Over the last 2 years, the number of jobs being created has been increasing every quarter, and we now have more people in employment than before the pandemic. Yet, our unemployment rate is the highest it has ever been. Even as employment is growing, more people are entering the job market each year than jobs are being created. We have laid a foundation for growth through far-reaching economic reforms that we have embarked upon, an ambitious investment drive, and an infrastructure program that is starting to yield results. Companies continue to invest. Thousands of hectares of farmland are being planted. New factories are being opened, and production is being expanded. We are on track to resolve the most important constraints on economic growth by stabilizing our energy supply and fixing our logistics system. As these obstacles are removed, the true potential of our economy will be unleashed. We set out a clear plan to end load shedding, which we have been implementing with a single-minded focus through the National Energy Crisis Committee. We have delivered on our commitments to bring substantial new power through private investment on the grid, which is already helping to reduce load shedding. Last year, we implemented a major debt relief package, which will enable Eskom to make investments in maintenance and transmission infrastructure and ensure its sustainability going forward. Since we revived our renewable energy program 5 years ago, we have connected more than 2,500 megawatts of solar and wind power to the grid, with 3 times this amount already in procurement or construction. Through tax incentives and financial support, we have more than doubled the amount of rooftop solar capacity installed across the country in just the past year. We have implemented sweeping regulatory reforms to enable private investment in electricity generation, with more than 120 new private energy projects that are now in development. These are phenomenal developments that are driving the restructuring of our electricity sector in line with many other economies have done to increase competitiveness and to bring down their energy prices. Through all these actions, we are confident that the worst is behind us and the end of load shedding is finally within reach. But we are not stopping there. To ensure that we never face a similar crisis ever again, we are reforming our energy system to make it more competitive, more sustainable, and reliable into the future. We are going to build more than 14,000 kilometers of new transmission lines to accommodate renewable energy over the coming years. To fast-track this process, we will enable investment in transmission infrastructure through a variety of innovative investment models. Re tla ya mo bao ba nang le tjhelete. Re ba bitse gore ba tle ba tlo sebetsana le rona ka go kenya ditjhelete tsa bona mo transmission ya motlakase. Go etsetsa gore transmission ya rona e tie. Last year we tabled the Electricity Regulation Amendment Bill to support the restructuring of Eskom and establish a competitive electricity market. As we undertake these reforms, we are positioning our economy for the future growth in a world shaped by climate change and a revolution in green technologies. In the last 3 years, our country has seen the increase in extreme weather events, often with disastrous consequences. This is why we are implementing a just energy transition, not only to reduce carbon emissions and fight climate change, but to create growth and jobs for our people in the future. We will undertake this transition at a pace, at a scale, and at a cost that our country can afford, and in a manner that ensures energy security. So we will not be compelled to embark on processes that are going to disadvantage our country in this regard. With our abundance of solar, wind, and mineral resources, we are going to create thousands of jobs in renewable energy, in green hydrogen, green steel, electric vehicles, and other green products. The Northern Cape, with its optimal solar conditions, one of the very best in the world conditions, has already attracted billions of rands in investment. We are going to set up a special economic zone in the Boegoebaai port to drive investment in green energy. There's a great deal of interest already from the private sector, with companies such as Sasol and many others who are ready to participate in the boom that will be generated through our green hydrogen energy projects. We have decided to support electric vehicle manufacturing in our country to grow our automotive sector, which provides good jobs to thousands of workers. And in this regard, we are already at an advanced stage of cooperating with our neighbors, with countries such as the DRC, which is well endowed with critical minerals, with countries such as Botswana, which is already involved in parts of the value chain of automotive manufacturing. With all these countries, we are going to be able to form an incredibly powerful ecosystem that is going to enable all of us to benefit from the green energy revolution. We have decided to give special focus to regions such as Mpumalanga to enable the creation of new industries, new economic opportunities, and sustainable jobs. And in the past year, we have increased the financing pledges for our Just Energy Transition Investment Plan from around 170 billion rand to almost 240 billion rand. Now, to address the persistent effects of global warming, which manifests itself through persistent floods, fires, and droughts, we have decided to establish a climate change response fund. This will bring together all spheres of government and the private sector in a collaborative effort to build our resilience and respond to the impacts of climate change. Now, this decision was inspired by the persistent calamities that we are subjected to. Almost every year, KwaZulu-Natal experiences massive floods that destroy our infrastructure. Yes, the Western Cape is suffering from wildfires that continue to destroy quite a number of assets in our country. And indeed, many other provinces are actually suffering from the effects of climate change. So this fund, which we hope will gain the attraction of all, like the fund we set up during COVID, will support various areas that suffer from climate change to deal with severe inefficiencies in our freight logistics. We are taking action to improve our ports and rail network and restore them to world-class standards. We have set out a clear roadmap to stabilize the performance of Transnet and reform our logistics system. Working closely with business and labor, we have established dedicated teams to turn around 5 strategic corridors that transport our goods for export purposes. The number of ships waiting to berth at the Port of Durban, which has experienced severe congestion in recent months, has reduced from more than 60 ships in mid-November to just 12 ships at the end of January. Now, that represents progress. Transnet has appointed an international terminal operator to help expand and improve its largest terminal at the Port of Durban. And we are overhauling the freight rail system by allowing private rail operators to access the rail network. With the current conflict in the Middle East affecting shipping traffic through the Suez Canal, South Africa is well positioned to offer bunkering services for ships that will be rerouted via our shores. We completed, as we all know, the auction of broadband spectrum after more than a decade of delays, resulting in new investment, lower data costs, and improved network reach and quality. Now, these reforms have a profound impact in a society in which access to the internet has risen dramatically over the last decade. Less than half of all households had internet access in 2011, compared to 79% of households in 2022, meaning that South Africans more and more are using the internet. Some use it to trade, some use it to improve their livelihoods, some use it to learn, but the internet is being spread more and more, even in our rural areas. Just this week, we published new regulations to reform our visa system, which will make it easier to attract the skills that our economy needs and create a dynamic ecosystem for innovation as well as entrepreneurship. We raised 1.5 trillion rand in new investment commitments through 5 South African investment conferences, of which over 500 billion has already flown into the economy. To support growth in the mining sector, we are moving ahead with the modernization of our mining rights licensing system and are launching an exploration fund to support emerging miners and exploit new mineral deposits. Through this, mining, which has been the bedrock on which the South African economy was built, will once again become a sunrise industry. Participation of previously disadvantaged black people is increasing. Black ownership now stands at approximately 39% when compared to just 2% in 2004. This is progress that is being made, allowing black people to participate in a key industry in our economy. Investment in infrastructure is gaining momentum. New and innovative funding mechanisms will be utilized to increase construction of infrastructure. The Minister of Finance announced this in his medium-term policy budget statement last year, where he said, we are now going to be able, yes, to fund infrastructure through utilization of innovative new methods. It could be build, operate, and transfer. It could be embarking on investment vehicles as well as investment ideas that will enable us to speed up the construction of infrastructure. The Department of Water and Sanitation aims to enhance water resource management by initiating infrastructure projects to secure water supply and diversifying water sources to reduce dependence on surface water. Water being such a major challenge in our country, this is actually answering to the need of our people just to have water. Vanhu vo tala la Afrika Dzonga va vulavula hi mati, va tshama va hi byela ku ri mati a va na wona, va lava ku ri hi endla ku ri mati a va kona. Bulk water projects are under construction across the country to improve water supply to millions of residents in villages, towns, and cities. The following water infrastructure projects are now in progress or have been completed. The Lesotho Highlands Water Project, which is going to invest up to 40 billion rand, is now in progress. Umzimvubu, that we've been talking about for years, has now commenced. Hazelmere Dam, Umkomazi Water Project, Clan William Dam, Zanini Dam, Loscom, Madakazi, pipeline from Jozini Dam, Giyani, pipeline from Nandoni Dam to Nsami Dam, Pilansbeck Water, Val Haramahara, and the pipeline from the Val River to Hotazel. Now, all these are projects that are underway or have been completed. In the Eastern Cape, the Msikaba and the Mtento bridges are beginning to rise over the landscape and will be among the highest in Africa once completed. So if you want to find the highest bridge in Africa, you will have to go to the Eastern Cape. The steel used. Now, the steel used for part of the project is fabricated in Mpumalanga, and the iron ore comes from the Northern Cape. In the past 5 years, Sanral, which manages nearly 25,000 kilometers of road, has awarded more than 1,200 projects to the value of 120 billion rand, meaning that the focus on constructing our roads, repairing our roads, yes, even attending to our potholes is now underway. Yes, it is. Now, you talk to the Premier. You talk to the Premier of the Eastern Cape. He will tell you that many of the roads in the Eastern Cape are now being attended to. Similarly, when you talk to the Premier of the Northern Cape, he will tell you the same. Yes, in November last year, now listen to this one. In November last year, Cabinet approved a framework for high-speed rail, focusing initially on the Johannesburg to Durban corridor. As we grow the economy, we are making it more inclusive through redistribution. Around 25% of farmland in our country is now owned by black South Africans. And this has been confirmed by an eminent agricultural economist, Wandile Sihlobo. This brings us closer to achieving our target of 30% by 2030. And he says to me, President, we will have exceeded this target by 2030 because a number of initiatives are now underway to ensure that black South Africans have access to the ownership of land. In the last 5 years, we have supported around 1,000 black industrialists with funding and other forms of support. These black-owned firms employ more than 90,000 workers and contribute many billions of rands to our economy. Now, this is the revolution that is underway to bring more and more black people into the real economy. At the same time, about 200,000 more workers obtained ownership of shares in the companies that they work for, bringing the total worker ownership in companies in the South African economy to well over 500,000 workers. We see this trend continuing to grow as more and more companies realize that it is beneficial to their own operations and their businesses that their workers should have a stake in the businesses that they work for. And we call upon the private sector to go ahead and increase the participation of their workers in the businesses that they work for. The reforms that we have initiated and the work that is underway will enable us, yes, as I said, to improve our logistics system, to achieve water security, and ultimately it will lead to the creation of jobs. While our challenges have never been greater, our response to these challenges will lead us to greater prosperity than we have ever known. One of the worst injustices of apartheid was the manner in which education was used as a tool to perpetuate inequality and exploitation of black people. Over the 30 years, we have sought to use education as a tool to create equality and to empower our people. Our basic education outcomes are steadily improving across a range of measures. The latest matric pass rate at 82.9% is the highest ever achieved. And we congratulate the matriculants of 2023 for achieving this incredible pass rate. And with each new year, learners from no-fee schools are accounting for more and more bachelor passes that are achieved. And as I have often said, this is the silent revolution that is underway, that the children of the poorest parents in our country are now able to produce pass rates that are equal, that are even beginning to surpass the pass rates that you find in former Model C schools, in your independent schools as well. This is the progress that we've been longing to see in our education system. At the same time, fewer learners are dropping out of school. We have increased funding for poor and working class students in universities and TVET colleges significantly over the past 5 years. Over the next 5 years, we will focus our attention on expanding access to early childhood development and improving early grade learning and reading, where we are already beginning to see progress. Moving early childhood development to the Department of Basic Education was one of the most important decisions that we have taken, as we are now able to devote more resources to early childhood development and ensure that through cooperative governance, various departments of government do get involved in the childhood development programs augmented and led by the Department of Basic Education. Our policies and programs have, over the course of 30 years, lifted millions of people out of dire poverty. Today, fewer South Africans go hungry and fewer live in poverty. In 1993, South Africa faced a significant poverty challenge, with 71.1% of its population living in poverty. However, under the democratic government, there has been a consistent decline in these numbers. By 2010, the poverty rate had dropped to 60.9%, and it continued to decrease, reaching 55.5% in 2020, as reported by the World Bank. Now, this progress has been made possible by extensive support to those in society who need it most. 5 years ago, we introduced a further measure to tackle poverty by introducing the national minimum wage as envisaged in the Freedom Charter. The decision by key role players, they being business and labor and communities, they took a decision to introduce the national minimum wage. And this has immediately raised the wages of over 6 million workers who support their families. In the midst of the pandemic, we introduced the special SRD grant, which currently reaches some 9 million unemployed people every month. We have seen the benefits of this grant and will extend it and improve it as the next step towards income support for the unemployed. These grants and subsidies do much more than give people what they need to live. They are an investment in the future. Many people tend to dismiss this and say we are establishing a dependent society. We are investing in our people and investing in their future as well. Social assistance has shown to increase school enrollment and attendance. It has also shown to lower dropout rates, and it has also improved pass rates. This is what social assistance to our people does. South Africans today are living longer than ever before. Life expectancy has increased from 54 years in 2003 to 65 years in 2023. The World Health Organization, DG, says this is a phenomenal development, because many countries do not just move from a 55 years of life expectancy to 65. Maternal and infant deaths have declined dramatically. We have built more hospitals and clinics, especially in poor areas, providing better quality of care to more South Africans. We are building new hospitals, and one of those, which is the state-of-the-art type of hospital, is the Limpopo Academic Hospital, which is currently under construction as we speak. Now, I had, anecdotally, a good representation of how our healthcare system has been improving. When the ANC held its anniversary birthday, there was a bus accident where 5 people passed away and scores were injured. They were taken to our hospitals in Mpumalanga and in Limpopo. Now, I went to see some of them, and when they were asked that, don't you want to move to a private hospital because you are on a private medical aid as a result of your job or whatever, many of them said no. We are being well looked after here. Now, I see you love this. Now, this is what I experienced in just talking to those people who were lying in bed, who were injured, who testified that they were being well looked after in rural hospitals in Limpopo and in Mpumalanga. Today, 95 persons diagnosed with HIV know their status. 79% of those receive antiretroviral treatment, and 93 of those are virally suppressed. New HIV infections among young people have declined significantly, and yet, while our health system has had great impact on people's lives, we are working to improve both the quality of healthcare and equality of access. The National Health Insurance Bill has been passed by this House, both houses, and that will provide free health care at the point of care for all South Africans, whether in the public or private health facilities. Now, the bill has arrived on my desk. I'm going through the bill. Yes, I'm looking for a pen. I'm looking for a pen. We plan to incrementally implement the NHI, dealing with issues like the health system financing, the health workforce, medical products, vaccines, and technologies, and health information systems. One of the most visible, impactful, and meaningful achievements of the first 3 decades of freedom has been in providing homes to our people. Today, nearly 9 out of every 10 households live in a formal dwelling, as said by the Statistician General. Where there were once shacks and mud houses with thatch roof, there are now homes of brick and mortar. There are homes with water to drink and to wash with, homes with electricity for lighting and cooking. At the end of apartheid, only 6 out of 10 people had access to clean water. Today, the figure has increased to nearly 9 out of 10 South Africans. We are working to ensure that subsidized housing is located close to work, close to education and other services. But for services to be delivered, local government has to work. Now, when it comes to housing, we are also embarking on new and innovative funding mechanisms. We have tested this in the Northern Cape, where we are doing what we call front-loading. And we launched together with Premier Zamani Sol a project that will result in 4,500 houses for R1 billion funded through the Development Bank of South Africa. Now, this is an innovative way, and we are now putting into practice these new methods of funding infrastructure to enable us to ramp up infrastructure so that the infrastructure build can power our economy and create more jobs. Too many municipalities are failing on governance, financial and service delivery measures. These constraints affect every aspect of our people's daily lives. We have started the implementation of a number of measures to address this problem by providing support to local government, including professionalizing the civil service and ensuring that people with the right skills and the appropriate capability are appointed to key positions. That people are not appointed because they know so and so and so and so. The Presidency, the National Treasury, and COCTA are working together to enhance technical capacity in local government and to improve planning, coordination, as well as fiscal oversight. Now, through the presidential imbizos that we have held across the country, we have seen how the district development model has brought together all spheres of government and key stakeholders to address the service delivery challenges in communities. The district development model has proven to be an effective instrument to enhance cooperative governance and collaboration. Through this model, we are breaking down the silos that we often find in government, where we enhance government departments working together and all layers of government also working together, adhering to what is set out in our Constitution. We will continue to broaden and deepen this process tackling crime and insecurity is a key priority. South Africans deserve to live in a safe environment, to walk freely without fear in their neighborhoods and public spaces. During this administration, we have focused on equipping our law enforcement agencies, which had been systematically weakened, to do their work effectively. We have strengthened the ranks of the police through the recruitment of 20,000 police officers, as I announced in the past 2 Sonas over the last 2 years, and another 10,000 will be recruited in this year as well. An extra 5,000 police officers have been deployed to public order policing. The South African Police Service has launched a very effective operation or initiative, which is Operation Shanela, as a new approach to target crime hotspots, which has resulted in over 285,000 arrests since May last year. The economic infrastructure task teams that are operational in all provinces have had important successes in combating cable theft, damage to critical infrastructure, as well as illegal mining. Through close collaboration with the private sector, we have seen a reduction in security incidents on the rail network. We launched the new Border Management Authority last year to improve the security of our borders and have already stopped well over 100,000 people who tried to enter our country illegally. Together with the civil society, we developed the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence. Together with civil society and as a society-wide response to this pandemic, around 21 billion rand has been dedicated over the medium term to the implementation of the 6 pillars of the plan, including the economic empowerment of women. New laws were introduced to strengthen the response to the criminal justice system, gender-based violence, and provide better support to survivors of such violence. Our ultimate goal is to end gender-based violence altogether by mobilizing all of society. And as part of this, we support the call for a pledge that men in South Africa should be invited to sign, to take and demonstrate, to ensure that they demonstrate their personal commitment to ending this scourge. Now, this initiative of signing a pledge was initiated by young boys at a school called Benedict. They have drafted a pledge that men should commit and sign to. And we discussed it at the Cabinet Lekgotla and felt that we, collectively as the men of South Africa as well, taking our cue from young boys at the school, should also be mobilized to sign this pledge. Women are also drafting their own pledge, which will speak to the issues of women and their experiences on gender-based violence. This pledge, yes, will be flighted publicly, and I will be, and the Deputy President and everyone else in Cabinet will be the first to sign this pledge. We still have a long way to go to build safer communities, to prevent violent crime and protect our infrastructure. But there is no doubt that a professional, well-trained and properly resourced police force working closely with our communities will make our country a safer place. And it is therefore a further call for the setting up of community policing forums that should be effective, which we as government have committed to fund. Today, every South African can hold their heads high, confident that we have assumed our rightful place on the world stage. We remain committed to playing a constructive role on our continent and around the world for the realization of a better Africa and a better world. We will continue to play an important role to silence the guns throughout our continent. Our engagement with the parties in the Russia-Ukraine conflict through the Africa Peace Initiative are progressing. We engage in these peace efforts because we believe that even the most intractable conflicts can be brought to an end through negotiations. Guided by the fundamental principle of human rights and freedom, we have taken up the Palestinians' cause to prevent further deaths and destructions in Gaza. We know that there are some in our nation who do not support this course that we have embarked upon. We have welcomed the ruling of the International Court of Justice that Israel must take all measures within its power to prevent acts of genocide against Palestinians. And we condemn the killing of civilians on all sides and call on all parties involved in the conflict to commit to a peace process that will deliver a two-state solution as resolved by the United Nations. We will use our foreign policy to pursue our development goals. During our leadership of BRICS last year, we witnessed a new chapter for BRICS, the BRICS family of countries. The expansion of the group from 5 to 10 countries presents opportunities for trade and a strengthening of political and diplomatic ties between countries in the global south. We will build on the progress we have made in establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area, which will transform South Africa's economy and that of the continent by creating new jobs and increasing economic participation across our continent. And we will place Africa's development at the top of the agenda when we, as South Africa, host the G20 next year in 2025. The achievements over the last 3 decades are a testament to the power of collaboration and partnership to address our most pressing challenges. Our country has a vibrant civil society, a powerful union movement, and an engaged private sector. Over the last 5 years, we have worked with these social partners to address challenges such as to keep people safe and to distribute vaccines during the COVID-19 pandemic, and to mobilize a society-wide response to gender-based violence. In the past year, we have come together with our social partners to end load shedding, to address the challenges in the logistics sector, to tackle crime and corruption, and to also accelerate job creation. This is the South African way of building a social compact, working together on tangible issues, and it will be the key to building a new society in the years to come. This is the last State of the Nation address of the 6th Democratic Administration. NgesiZulu kunelizwi elithi sizawubuya futhi sizawuthi masibuyile abantu bazothi ibuyile ngoba izoba ibuyile ngempela. Labo abangathi bayajabula uma ngithi this is the last State of the Nation address, bacabanga ukuthi asinawubuya, sizawubuya khona la kule ndawo. The last 5 years have been a period of recovery, rebuilding, and renewal. We have had to revitalize our economy after more than a decade of poor economic performance. We have had to rebuild our public institutions after the era of state capture. We have had to recover from a devastating global pandemic that caused great misery and hardship, that closed businesses and cost our nation many jobs and lives. And we have had to confront and overcome a debilitating electricity crisis that, despite significant improvement in recent months, continues to hold back our economy. We have come a long way in the last 5 years. We have built on the achievements of the last 3 decades, and we have taken decisive measures to address the immediate challenges facing South Africans. We have restored the independence and capability of our law enforcement agencies to tackle corruption and crime. We have worked to advance the rights of persons with disability. We took great pride in making South African Sign Language the 12th official language of our country. We have safeguarded and promoted the basic rights in our Constitution, such as freedom of speech, freedom of the press, association and belief. We have defended, yes, media freedom, and we have also defended the independence of the judiciary. We have protected and advanced the rights of members of the LGBTQI+ community and continue to combat all forms of prejudice and intolerance, and particularly also to people with albinism. We have made significant progress on measures to grow our economy, to create jobs, and to reduce poverty. While we have set in motion the process of renewal and reform, there is more work to be done to see these reforms through to the end. We will see the work that is underway and ensure that it goes ahead. Mishumo ye raithoma kha hei miṅwaha miṱanu I khou bvelela phanḓa, I ḓo dzula I tshi bvelela phanḓa. Leyo yonke le misebenzi esayiqala izawuqhubeka. Bayathanda noma abathandi izawuqhubeka. And working with our partners, we will be able to revive our economy. Yes, we will tackle and deal with the debilitating effects of load shedding, our ports and the logistics. We will continue to strengthen our law enforcement institutions, and we will continue to tackle gender-based violence and fight corruption to make South Africa a safe place for all. We will continue to strengthen local government. The initiatives that I spoke to will go ahead. We will professionalize the public service and increase the capacity of the state so that the state can serve our people better. And we will ensure, as the Auditor General has said, that we should hold those in office accountable, and there should be consequence management for those who do wrong things. We will continue to position our economy to grow and compete in a fast-changing world. And we will also support small businesses by providing funding, by providing resources to small and medium enterprises, and to give young people opportunities to thrive and to start their own businesses and to succeed, and to provide social protection to the vulnerable. We will continue the work to improve the country's fiscal position and hold firm to a sound macroeconomic trajectory. We will use the opportunities provided by the African Free Continental Trade Area to increase our trade and expand our industries. We will continue to protect workers' rights and improve their well-being in places of work and to make sure that our workers are well treated. We will continue to build an inclusive economy, focusing on the empowerment of black people and women, South Africans. Yes, we will intensify land reform and pursue a just energy transition that leaves no one behind. Fellow South Africans, as we celebrate these 30 years of freedom, we must remain steadfast in our commitment to our constitutional democracy and its promise for a better life. We should not give in to those who resist the responsibility that the Constitution places on us to correct the injustices of the past and fundamentally transform our economy and society. We must remind these people of the obligation that the Constitution places on the state to progressively realize the rights of everyone to housing, healthcare, food, water, social security, safety, and education. By the same measure, we should not allow anyone to diminish vital democratic institutions, to denigrate our judiciary, or to challenge the constitutional authority of this Parliament. We should not give in to those who seek to divide our nation, to incite violence, and undermine our democracy. As in the past, as in the future, the people of South Africa should stand together against any attempt to reverse the achievements of our democracy. As the chairperson of the Constitutional Assembly, I worked with many great leaders of our country to craft a constitution that truly reflects the will of South African people. As president, I see it as my primary duty to defend our constitution and to work every day to realize its promise. As we move forward, let us remember that it is up to us, not anyone else, to determine the future of South Africa. We are not passive observers of our history. We are its authors. We are the builders of this country that we call home. As we look towards the next 30 years of freedom, we must choose the kind of country and indeed the kind of world we want to create for ourselves and our children. We are committed to a South Africa in which our common identity lies in our recognition of each other's humanity. We want a country in which every person is free to be exactly who they are, regardless of their race, their gender, their sexual orientation, their ethnicity, or their religion. We want a country in which the same opportunities are available to every child, whether they are born in Sandton, in Mdantsane, in Sekhukhune, in Mitchell's Plain, or in Phoenix. We want a country in which the rule of law applies to everyone, no matter how wealthy they are or what position they hold. As we continue the journey towards making this vision a reality, we are inspired by democracy's children, by their energy, by their creativity and their enthusiasm. We are inspired by the young people who have carried our hopes onto the global stage with their music, with their dance. We are inspired by, yes, the Grammy Award winner who won the Grammy Award recently, like Tyler. We are inspired by Bafana Bafana. We are also inspired by the Springboks. Yes, they inspire us. As we mark the 30th anniversary of our freedom, we are reminded of the words of our President Nelson Mandela, who said that after climbing a great hill, one only finds that there are many more hills to climb. That is where we are. And he said, I have taken time to rest, to steal a view of the glorious vistas that surrounds me, to look back on the distance I have come. But I can rest only for a moment, for with freedom comes responsibilities, and I dare not linger, for my long walk is not yet ended. Washo uMandela wathi isende lendlela inde lendlela tsela ena e sampane le telle ho tlameile hore re tsamaye tsela ena re a rata kapa re rate setse re le tseleng. While we have come far, yes, we still have a long way to go. Like Madiba, we must keep moving. Always forward, always onwards, towards the country of our dreams. Always believing that our victory is certain. Because indeed it is certain. Ke a leboga na cancer ndiyalibuwa ikhensile ngiyabonga kubo bonke abantu balapha eMzantsi Afrika Nilale kahle, ngiyabonga.
Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable President, delegates and members of Parliament. Please allow me at this point to thank the President for the address. After I have adjourned this joint sitting, members should rise and remain at their places until the procession has left the chamber. The guests in the gallery should remain seated until the judiciary has left and the ushers indicate that the doors are open. The procession led by the usher of the Black Rod and the acting sergeant at arms will leave the chamber in the following order: the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the President, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the Deputy President, and then the Secretary to Parliament. Honorable members, that concludes the business for the day, and the joint sitting is adjourned.
to where we are right now. The President obviously also reminded us about the importance of the Constitution, which obviously still is. It counts as the supreme law of the land. It is still the compass that's guiding us forward as a country. And of course, reminding South Africans about where we come from, particularly in relation to our painful past of colonialism, dispossession, and apartheid, and the impact of that painful past and the oppression that ordinary South Africans have faced, and the strides that have been made in the last 30 years to ensure that the lives of ordinary South Africans are changing for the better. The President also reflected on the importance of South Africa's Constitution as the supreme law of the land, obviously within the context of the concept of transformative constitutionalism. And that has carved out a path for us as South Africans to begin to craft those key pieces of legislation to give expression to this transformative agenda in order to make sure that we create a more equal society. Within that context as well, I think it is also important to highlight some of the conversations that we had throughout the day that also speak to some of the issues that the President has raised, that indeed we have made a lot of strides. Yes, we are not where we want to be as a country and as a nation, but of course we must also give credence to the fact that from a law or legal perspective, from a legal framework perspective, we do as a country have one of the most progressive constitutions in the world. It is lauded. South Africa's constitution is lauded as one of the most progressive in the world. And on top of that, we have quite a number of key pieces of legislation based and framed within the context of transformative constitutionalism and the Bill of Rights. And that has shaped our trajectory as a country, our 30-year trajectory to where we are right now. So there's so much more that still has to be done, but indeed we have come a very, very long way as a nation. But if we stand together, there's so much more for us that we can accomplish if we work together. And if we also talk about some of the things that have really impacted our trajectory, over and above the fact that we had these inherited inequalities from the past, we had an agenda. For example, if we look at the set of policies that have guided South Africa's trajectory from 1994, that is the RDP, the Reconstruction and Development Program, to the NDP to where we are right now. When we look at the series of policy constructs that have guided and shaped our trajectory in the last 30 years, we have indeed made major strides in that regard. And of course, we are an evolving constitutional democracy. There's so many things along the way that may not have worked, but it's work in progress. Indeed, as the President has indicated, if we continue to work together, find solutions to the areas of concern, areas of weakness, areas where we need to build capacity, we will be able to reach, build that South Africa that all ordinary South Africans, aspire to have. Of course, we are now waiting for members to come out. Members are actually leaving the City Hall as we speak right now, and we will shortly begin to get those reactions from members of Parliament to hear their thoughts about what they think the President, about the key messages in the President's speech. The President also spoke about the impact of the global financial crisis and how that had impacted on the South African economy. Not only the South African economy, it also impacted on the global economy at large. And of course, that also affected the growth, the economic growth within the country, within the national context. And of course, we know that by 2018, we found ourselves as a country in a technical recession. And we know after 2018, in 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic hit. And when the pandemic hit, it also did further damages to our economy. And these are some of the things that have really, really hampered our ability to accelerate forward in terms of achieving the priorities and effectively implementing those priorities that we had set out as a country to implement. So basically, the President was talking about, acknowledging that there's a lot that, that we have achieved, but he was also not sugarcoating the challenges that we do have as a country, acknowledging that indeed much more still needs to be done. But as has been said by many academics and thought leaders as well, it is not possible to repeal or to bring about the kind of change that ordinary South Africans want to see in 30 years as compared to what South Africa has experienced in terms of, if we reflect on the impact of colonialism, more than 300 years of colonialism, as well as this land dispossession, as well as, widespread abuses, human rights abuses, oppression, the divisions that we are still experiencing as a country right now, with more emphasis on the structure of the economy, and some of the key issues that the President also spoke to with regards to, economic transformation, is the imperative of ensuring that the economy is restructured. And we know that the President has been having these the summits, the investment summits, where he has been raising money to ensure that that money is then strategically plowed into key priority sectors to ensure that we begin to restructure the economy. We also know that in the last few years, particularly in the last two Sonas ago, the President spoke about, he announced the red tape program, where he put a special team together to ensure that they begin to deal with issues that make it difficult for small business and medium-sized businesses to come into the mainstream economy. So, of course, yes, there is a lot that still has to be done in relation to, dealing with those challenges that speak to, key constraints in the economy, and also addressing issues that relate to, not just the current structure of the economy, but ensuring that we deal with issues that relate to monopolies and concentration within the economy, to ensure that more South Africans can come into the mainstream economy. We are still waiting for members to leave the chamber right now. We do have someone on standby, and we are crossing over to Tsepo now, who is getting some reactions for us.
I'm outside the City Hall on Cape Town, and the President has just delivered the State of the Nation address, and right now I am joined by the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Higher Education, Honourable Mkhatshwa. Honourable Mkhatshwa, what are your thoughts and your remarks on the hashtag Sona 2024?
Good evening to all the citizens that are back home. And I really want to appreciate the angle that President took this evening with the State of the Nation Address 2024 in reminding us how far we've come as the Sixth Administration. We're all aware that this is the last State of the Nation Address of the Sixth Administration. And for me as a young person who's 30, under 35, it's been an absolute honor serving in this Sixth Administration. I mean, I've served on the Committee of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, and the President reflected briefly today on the strides we've made in terms of increasing access to to education and training, right? And the deliberate investment that government has made in education and training. And towards the end, the President says, well, the race is long. It's a marathon, right? And that is true. There's a lot that we've been able to do with increased access through NSFAS. All young people coming from a household with an income bracket of 350,000 Rand and below go to school for free, go to tertiary for free, be at a TVET college, be at a university for free. Have we had challenges with administering NSFAS? Absolutely. And that's what happens. It's almost like growing pains, right? So you increase access to basic education. That creates a demand for higher education. You say, well, okay, let's give free education. And then you have to ready yourself to administer that process. And so the emphasis the President makes around good governance and administration and management in our institutions is also very important, to do away with corruption. For as long as we have corrupt governors within our institution and managers in our institutions, we will not reach that of which we're trying to achieve through these progressive policies. So there's a lot that the President has captured, reflection on where we've come, reiterating that of which we've committed ourselves to, and acknowledging that there's a whole lot more that we still need to do going into the future.
I know you were part of the hashtag Fees Must Fall, and from there we have come a long way. So I just want to know, what is it that government is practically implementing to ensure that we combat corruption, we ensure that there is education for everyone, there's resources, there's opportunities for graduates that leave and go and want to pursue their careers?
Yeah, the accountability ecosystem that the AG often refers to, and how it being strengthened is so important is what we're doing, right? So closer relations between how the AG works and how we work as committees, how SCOPA, for example, works in relation to us, trying to close those synergies, right? I mean, when NSFAS was coming out of administration, we as a portfolio committee wanted to put it under a commission of inquiry because we were so concerned with the amount of issues that were coming out of NSFAS. We put it on halt because the board that was coming in at that point in time asked that, we afford them some time to familiarize themselves with the institution, do their own investigations and so forth. The SIU also came in, or was present in doing their own investigations, and so we didn't also want to duplicate government efforts and funds. Where if SIU is doing an investigation, then we can wait for the SIU to conclude its work and see what we do from there, and look at their recommendations and see what we do from there. So those are some of the interventions that are being put in place to deal with the maladministration that we're seeing. Constant oversight. Sometimes I know the executive feels like it's mandate creep, overreaching. But what are we supposed to do when citizens are concerned with how their money is being used, right? So we've been very close to NSFAS. This coming week, they're coming to us to present to us the Waxman's report relating to some of the allegations around the previous CEO, and then now we have the issues of the board chairperson, and that also is going to be put under investigation. And what we want is the investigations not to prolong. They must be within time, right, so that we can find solutions, right, so that there are outcomes and we know how to move forward. So literally cracking the whip and following the money, and sometimes being a nuisance to the executive, but it's important because it's not someone's money, it's not my money, it's not your money, it's the people's money, and so we need to make sure that it does what it's meant to do.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for those remarks. Thank you. So we're still live outside the City Hall, and I have Honorable Singh. Please come and join us. Come through. So the President has just delivered the Sona address, and I just want to know, what are your thoughts on some of the achievements that he highlighted, how he flagged some of the downfalls of government, and how he presented some of the implementations that government plans to ensue?
Well, the achievements that the President has highlighted are laudable. But you see, there's a saying that you don't praise a fish for swimming. It is the role of government, especially a political party which has been in government for the last 30 years, to have done exactly what he said. But we still believe that it could have been done better. And why we say that, because the President himself has admitted there are lots of things that we still need to do. And that permeated his speech, still need to do. And the question we have to ask ourselves, is this political party that's leading government the right party to still do same old over the next 30 years? And the answer to that is no. I think there's time for change. It's time the ANC and the ruling party begin to realize that there are other partners that they should work with. If they come back with a sizable majority, work with in ensuring that there are checks and balances in government. Insofar as the issue of corruption is concerned, it's well and good to blame 10 years of corruption and what happened and who did what. But ask yourselves, you always look in the mirror and ask the person in the mirror, who was there during that time? It was not one individual, but it was the political party leadership that were directly or indirectly involved to allow this kind of thing to continue. So let us not allow the President to distance himself from some of the wrongs that have happened, because I think he must take accountability as well.
Thank you so much for those reviews. So we have some differentiating remarks here, some different ideas about what Sona addressed and all the promises that have been made over the past 30 years of democracy. And right now I have the honor of Minister Zulu. Thank you so much for joining us, ma'am. So the President, absolutely, the President has delivered Sona 2024. He has highlighted some achievements, flagged some downfalls, and has shared with the nation, in fact, that, this is what we plan to do. Please let us know what you think and what your thoughts are.
Thank you very much. Firstly, I like the fact that the President covered the topic of the 30 years of democracy and covered what good has been done in the period of democracy, but also rightfully spoke to the challenges, and he went at length to speak about corruption and the need for us to fight corruption. He went at length. In fact, he almost made a call to South Africans to almost be the watchdogs against crime, against corruption, against some of the things that happened in the past 30 years that really took us back instead of taking us forward. But I also think the President gave us future scenarios of what kind of a South Africa do we want and what is it that we need to do to build that South Africa, from infrastructure development to health to education and to the rest of the things that really matter to true South Africans.
Minister, talking about change, a lot of people have been saying that 2024 is the 1994 of this generation. What kind of change do you think you will see in terms of the elections that will happen this year? And how is the government going to better things and ensure that resources and opportunities get to the people that have put them in these positions?
2024 can never be like a 1994. 1994, as the President rightfully spoke, he spoke to a past of oppression. He spoke to a past that never considered black people to be people that could do something for the country. He spoke about oppression. He spoke about all the things that made it difficult, particularly for black people in the country. So, comparison of 2024 to 1994 is mischievous, in my view, to say the least. And I've heard the narrative being expressed outside. Those who lived pre-1994, those who participated in the struggle, those who suffered in the struggle will tell you and they will show you the difference between 1994 and today. Yes, the fact that we need to make some changes in terms of what we have been able to do and what we have not been able to do is fact. And I think the President went into a market about the fact that we need to make the changes, and he was very specific about where the changes need to go. He spoke about education. He spoke about Aidin Twalo, who was born during the time of freedom. He is saying that child who was born then has grown up, one, with a roof over his or her head, two, with a support of different support from a government in particular, but also from communities. So the President, in short, was saying this Tintwalo must be taken care of by us creating a better environment than even the one that we have created in the past. So for me, as a Minister of Social Development, I want to bring the Tintwalos that the President was talking about. I'm talking about the children that have been supported by government in different forms, but also I think that the President spoke to my issues in particular when he spoke about the social relief of distress, when he spoke about the grants that we have. But I think further to that, it will be the Minister of Finance and us who will be debating, who will then break it down as to what exactly that means.
Thank you so much, Minister, for your time. That was the Minister of Social Development, Minister Zulu. We're still outside, live, in the city, at the City Hall, and we have Athol Trollip from Action SA Eastern Cape. Mr. Athol Trollip, can we just move forward a little bit? Yes. Great, yeah. There you are. Perfect. Thank you so much for joining us. So the President has delivered the State of the Nation address, and as you've heard, there are different remarks, there are different ideas about, is it going to work, is it not going to work? And over the past 30 years, some people feel like there's just been so many promises, you know. So I just want to know, what is it that you think about the State of the Nation address, and what do you think needs to change
in the next 30 years?
Okay, well, first of all, you know, he said at the end of his speech that he was returning with his government in the next election. And, you know, I think the only thing that he really achieved in this last term of office was at the beginning of it, he said he'd rather be remembered as a weak president than a president that's presiding over a divided ANC. Well, he's achieved both of those. We know he's a weak president and the ANC is fracturing. Other than that, he had no real story to tell about what his government had achieved. He told us about other governments in the last 30 years, but the reality is that his fictitious Tinswalo, I don't know where she lives, but she doesn't live in the Eastern Cape. I'll tell you about Tinswalo in the Eastern Cape. She lives in a house that has water and electricity infrastructure granted, but there's no water and electricity in that infrastructure. There's nothing worse than being accustomed to flicking a switch on the wall and then going back to lighting your home with a candle. Tinswalo lives with her siblings that can't get to school in the Eastern Cape because 40,000 learners who go to school more than 10 kilometers away don't have transport. And Premier Oscar Mabuyane says it's a privilege, not a right. Her siblings do not get ECD support, so when they arrive at schools, they're already disadvantaged and they become part of the dropout attrition rate that isn't calculated in the real matric pass rate at the end of their life. You know, she has to live with gender-based violence. With 49% of her peers who are unemployed, she deals with drug abuse, gangsterism, alcohol abuse because of hopelessness. She also lives in a province where road and rail networks do not work, despite what the President said and about the Eastern Cape. Last week, the Mazeppa Bay Hotel closed down because people can't get there on the Wild Coast. The roads are untrafficable in the Eastern Cape. There is no rail network. It's broken. There are no speed trains. There are just no trains, period. Not for people, not for products, not for anything. When Tinswalo goes to the clinic, she's faced with medical shortages. The doctors are not there. There's a shortage of doctors, and those that aren't there aren't paid in the Eastern Cape. That's the lived reality of Tinswalo. So what we're saying is Action SA. We're a new party. We're aspiring to come to this parliament to change it. I'm going to go back to the Eastern Cape, and I'm going to tell Tinswalo and her parents that President Utiba right, that they're well taken care of and that they're happy and they're looked after. The people that will make the real decision and pronouncement on what happened here this evening are the electorate that are going to make their position known in 3 to 4 months' time.
Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Some really grim views there regarding Tinswalo, and it's something that South Africans have lived through, and it's something that we see through social ills and lack of resources. Let's go back to studio and find out what Dr. Mvulane has for us. Thank you.
Members are still giving their reactions about the president's speech, but I think let's go back and further unpack some of the key issues that the president has spoken to in his speech. Another thing that the president spoke to was, of course, the fact that if we compare back to 1994 and we look at where we are right now, he spoke about the issue of abject poverty and the number of people, the percentage of people who were living below the breadline prior to 1994. And the percentage that he gave there was that 71% of people, of the population in South Africa, actually lived in abject poverty prior to 1994. And by 2020, that percentage has dropped to 55.5%. Of course, we're not nearly where we are supposed to be in terms of reaching our goals of both poverty reduction, but we know that we do have a very robust poverty alleviation program in place, of course, through programs such as NSFAS, access to education. That is something that Honorable Nkacha spoke to as well. We also know that there is the child support grant, which prior to 1994 was not available to children, particularly children, African and black children did not have access to that grant. We know that it was also a race-based accessibility was based on race, and the majority of those who benefited from it was actually not African and black and marginalized children. And if we look at what has been achieved in regards to when we talk about Tinswalo, we must be honest in saying that yes, the economy, when we when we came into our democracy in 1994, of course we inherited a lot of inequalities. And when we talk about access to the child support grant, we have children from 0 to 18 who now have access to the child support grant. And it is, of course, means tested, is to ensure that the poorest of the poor and the most vulnerable in our society are able to be protected. Let us quickly go back to Tsepo again as she gets more reactions for us.
Address that the President has delivered. I am joined here by Honorable Nkwankwa, who is from the UDM, and I just want to hear your thoughts on the State of the Nation address, 30 years of democracy, and everything else in between and beyond.
Well, firstly, for us, it was a campaign speech that went horribly wrong for the President. He tried to use the Sona to launch the ANC's election campaign. Hence, the speech was lacking in detail. In fact, he tried to give an account of what was done in the past 5 years. He actually sugarcoated it. They did not own up or take responsibility rather for the failures of their government and for the fact that South Africa finds itself in this quagmire primarily because of the failures and the mismanagement of the ANC, particularly of the economy. For example, they speak about load shedding as if it's something that fell as manna from heaven or that they inherited from elsewhere when they are responsible for that problem, and they still do not know how to resolve load shedding. All the time, his solution when it comes to dealing with load shedding has to do with privatizing energy. If you privatize energy, you lose your sovereignty and your independence, because those who supply you with energy can manipulate your economy anytime and create instability by manipulating the supply of energy. That's all they need to do to change government. The second issue has to do with the fact that he made a laundry list of promises that he has made many times before. I felt like I was listening to President Zuma at one point. Another point I felt like was listening to former President Thabo Mbeki. Remember, he had apex priorities. Remember, there were 24. Same thing. But the problem is no implementation. The other problem is he mentions random programs, infrastructure. So we are going to build a bridge. But if it's an infrastructure-led growth strategy, you must tell us how that is going to help us to reduce unemployment, help us to eradicate poverty in our country. How are we going to make sure that we create jobs via that strategy, and how it's going to be funded?
From what I'm getting right now, the underlying issue is implementation. So 2024 is the election year.
Yeah.
What do you think should change?
Firstly, you're asking me for the UDM manifesto, which is nice. What must change is actually we understand what the problems of the country are. You need to actually make sure that you deal with the socio-economic challenges facing the country. That way you must be clear about your growth strategy, how it's going to be anchored, the issues of energy constraints which have been facing the country for a long time would have to be addressed, because you can't grow the economy without addressing that. The issue of port efficiency, by the way, if you go back and you read Asgisa, you will see they were talking about the port efficiency story. But more than 20 years later, we are sitting in a worse off position than we were before. So you need to address all the challenges facing the country, because if you deal with socio-economic issues, then you'll be able to a large extent to address opportunistic crime incidents that take place, violent crimes such as cash and tides and heists. You have hardcore criminals, obviously, and others engage in crime out of desperation and because they're hungry. So you need to know exactly what kind of country and what your strategy when it comes to geostrategic issues is going to be, and whether your strategy will help you to address your economic needs in the country. There must be a balance between the two, and not be Father Christmas. That includes the African continent.
Thank you so much for those views. So from what I'm getting there, implementation is a huge problem. So right now I am joined by the Chief Whip of the DA, Honorable Kgarube. Honorable Kgarube, the President has spoken. He has delivered his speech. He has highlighted some achievements, flagged some shortfalls here and there, and showed and shared with the nation that these are our plans in terms of implementation and ensuring that resources are received and each and every South African that walks on this earth has what they need. What are your thoughts?
I thought it was quite interesting that the president did not confine himself to just the period in review as we are nearing the end of the term, and he decided to do a 30-year review of our democracy. And I think that was, and without being cynical, I think that was deliberate, because I think that the president was going to be hard-pressed to find some tangible, concrete examples of delivery, of improvement of the lives of South Africans. I think objectively South Africans understand that their life is far worse off today than it was in 2019. We know that corruption has worsened. We know that 30 million people are living in poverty in South Africa when 5 million people are dying of hunger. South Africa is not a poor country. No one should be going to bed hungry or be dying of hunger. We also know that 7 out of 10 young people are unemployed. These are objective things that have gone wrong in our country. For me, it would have been a lot more palatable had the president had an honest reflection to say we started off in our quest for democracy. We came in, we started the first 10 years well, but things derailed and things went wrong. And many among us really betrayed the people of South Africa. And so here we are today. And so I thought that it was a dishonest reflection. I thought that the creative mathematics was a way of deflection, and also as a way of almost emotionally blackmailing South Africans to say, we brought you freedom, now it's a high time for you to pay us back and cast a vote again. And so we do welcome, though, the extension of the SRD grant. We think that the SRD grant is an important feature of being able to keep South Africans from out of poverty. It's not an investment, as the president said and lauded. A real investment would be to be putting people into jobs and making sure that they're able to live a life of dignity and provide for their families. And so overall, it was a disappointment. I thought that he missed an opportunity to give a true reflection and almost come to South Africans and say, this is where we went wrong. This is an honest reflection, because we know that you know where we've gone wrong. Every time you try and put your lights on, you know we've gone wrong. Every time you try and switch on your tap, you know we've gone wrong. And so to almost gloss over some of the things that South Africans are feeling and experiencing every day was a rather dishonest and disappointing take.
Now, with 2024 being an election year, there is a theme that be the change that you want to see, right? What are some of the changes that you think South Africans should consider when they go to that vote ballot and they place their votes?
I think, first of all, I do want to plead with South Africans to say to them, do not outsource your future to people who don't have as much skin in the game as you. And that this chance that we still have, a small window of opportunity to register, young people in particular must register so that they may be able to vote. It is not good enough that there are 15 million young people who simply have disengaged from the political system. And so what I am saying to South Africans is that this is your democracy. This house here and the people here are the people that you decide should go here. These are your public representatives. And so if you don't take up the opportunity to put the people that you believe will represent you well, if you don't take the opportunity to go and hire and fire a government of your choice, then you are outsourcing your future to people. And so I'm urging South Africans to go and register to vote so that you may be able to have your say come election day.
You think the DA is going to take majority?
Well, look, ultimately it is for the voters to decide. Ours is to put out our offer and to say these are the things that we would do. This is how we would tackle youth unemployment. This is how we would make sure that the millions of people who are starving do not starve anymore. This is how we would improve literacy rates of kids so that you don't confine a whole generation of black kids to a period of poverty. So these are the things that we will be saying to South Africans, and then it's up to them to decide whether or not we are worthy of their vote. But we certainly will not blackmail them into giving us that vote. We will simply demonstrate to them what we can do.
Thank you so much for that. As you've heard, that it's not about blackmailing the voters, but ensuring that they use the democracy and the freedom that has been given to them. As I think it's time that we go to the studio. Let's see what Dr. Bulani has for us while we catch other members outside here at the City Hall in Cape Town.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tsepo getting more reactions from members of parliament, and obviously we are hearing a wide range of reactions as members give their perspective. But we must also remember that 2024 is actually a year of the elections for the National Assembly and of course the provincial legislatures as well. So this is also an opportunity for political parties within the context of freedom of speech and the right to political association. Members of parliament have got the right, obviously to speak their minds in relation to where the country is going. And this is also an opportunity for everyone, including, the majority party as well, to talk about the work that it has done to take the country forward. And of course, as we know, the opposition parties will play their role in terms of ensuring, and they will fulfill their own mandate as well, and that is to reposition themselves within the current context of a looming elections somewhere between May and August of this year. So we are now quickly going to cross over to Tsepo again to get some more reactions. Over to you, Tsepo. So as we wait for Tsepo to get more reactions, of course, we must also remember where we are finding ourselves, the current context that we're finding ourselves in. 2024 is indeed, we must be reminded, it is an electioneering year. It is a year for parties to actually go out. This is a year that is actually viewed as probably the most contested, I beg your pardon, elections that we've had in the last 30 years of our democracy. I believe Tsepo is ready for us. Tsepo, over to you.
And we're still outside outside the City Hall in Cape Town, and I am joined by Honourable Sheikh Imam of NFP. Honourable Sheikh Imam, the Sona has been addressed. The President has shared the state of the nation. He has highlighted some of the achievements. He has flagged some of the shortfalls. And he has shared with the nation some of the plans of implementation that the government has going forward. What are some of your thoughts on the key issues that he highlighted in his speech?
Well, first of all, it sounded like I was in an election campaign. Not in a State of the Nation address. Some of the things the President spoke about, I saw his ministers were even shocked because I don't think they knew about it either. That's the impression I had. But very importantly, he spoke about the issue of the NHI. It's something that I have supported. I love the idea of an NHI, universal healthcare, because the life must be treated equally. Everybody must be valued equally. However, it is clear that it is not going to be a success because we're not ready for it. The state of primary health care in the country is a problem. We do not have the resources. I expected the President tonight to say, I am making the resources available for the successful implementation of the NHI, which the President did not say. And it was clear that the Minister of Health is for months now, I've raised the question. Minister is talking to the Minister of Finance to try and get funds. So there's no indication if any funds are going to be. Number two, President is talking about the state-owned companies, Transnet and things like that. That is not the realistic situation on the ground. You know, if you go to our ports, it's still in a shocking state. And he talks about Eskom. He wants to put more and more money in Eskom. What did we hear yesterday? Standard Bank has partnered with some company and organization who say they will produce more energy than Eskom, so Eskom is going to become redundant, but you're pumping in billions of rands into Eskom. Or is this one of those state-owned companies that the intention is to also privatize like they've done with SA and many others? You run it down to the ground and then you sell it for next to nothing. Like we've done with SAA. We sold our aircraft for 35 million rand each and rented it back for 44 million rand each, which simply means you gave it for nothing and you gave them 9 million rand each. Is that what the intention is here? That's the question I think we need to ask. President talks about skills, that he wants to ease the visa requirement. He's not talking about all the skills that's leaving the country. We have over 1,000 doctors as we talk right now that have qualified, finished their community service. There's no jobs for them. We need them. There's no money to pay them. And I'm told they must be told, I am told to tell them that they must go and find jobs in the private sector. Is that acceptable? No. You're going to lose those skills. So in other words, you're going to be taking taxpayers' money, hundreds of millions of them, spending it to train these doctors and everybody else, and other country is going to benefit from them. Does it make sense? It doesn't. President talks about dropouts have reduced. I don't know where he gets this from. Probably in another planet. I must be honest with you. As far as I'm concerned, 1 in 2 children who start school in grade 1 don't finish grade 12. 60% of them drop out in grade 10. But more importantly, the balance of them that go to TVET colleges, 60% of them drop out in the first year. And the balance of them, 30% fail maths in the first year and drop out too. That's how bad the situation is. We need education, yes. I appreciate the fact that we are providing education, free education to some extent, or to a large extent. But what the emphasis should be on quality education. And that's what we're not doing.
Thank you so much for that, Ruiz. We are done here at the City Hall. The President has delivered the State of the Nation address. We have had some remarks, we've had some thoughts, mixed reviews. Thank you so much for watching Parliament TV. For any more information, please do visit www.parliament.gov.za. Thank you so much. I am Sepo Mori. Good night.
There we have it. The President has delivered his final speech of the 6th dispensation, and this being the 30th year of our constitutional democracy, the President took this opportunity to paint a picture of the trajectory, the transformative trajectory that we have taken as a country and the strides that we have made. Of course, reminding South Africans where we come from, what was the size of our economy, what was the percentage of poverty prior to 1994, the rights-based constructs that we had, access to opportunities, to job opportunities, access to areas that were previously, obviously, as we know, that were, through the Group Areas Act, policies such as the Group Areas Act that separated people on the basis of race. We have made major strides, and of course we have had conversations as well with our institutions supporting democracy, who are giving us a balanced perspective about some of the challenges and issues that they're dealing with on a daily basis. Yes, it has been a 30-year trajectory. Yes, we have not reached the milestones that we thought that we are going to reach. And the President was quite frank about some of the challenges that we really need to actually focus on and zone in on. And one of those challenges are, of course, the issue of capacity. The President also spoke about the issue of ensuring the commitment to ensure that there is support that is put in place to capacitate local government. And of course, if we then line that up, if we look, we position that next to the work that has been done by our Chapter 9s, like the AG's office, like the FFC, and various other Chapter 9 institutions who are playing a key role in terms of ensuring that they are capacitating local government. And of course, the broader state machinery, a lot of work is currently underway to address these issues. So of course, the issue of capacity, as has been highlighted by the President, as a critical issue to be addressed. And we know, of course, there is also this district development model that has been put in place, and the district development model, as the President has indicated, is a program or a mechanism, a planning mechanism that is now enabling Parliament, not only Parliament, but the 3 spheres of government to plan together in order to address the planning disjunctures, to ensure that when national puts plans in place, that there is engagement with province and with local government as well, but doing it in a bottom-up process. And of course, the President also spoke about, for example, access to housing. Prior to 1994, many South Africans did not find themselves, they found themselves actually living in huts, in mud huts, and many of those structures were actually very inhumane structures. And where we are right now, by 10 years into our democracy, just by, I suppose, by 2022, if my memory serves me right, we had government had delivered hundreds and thousands of houses to the poorest of the poor in the form of the RDP houses, which obviously they would not have been able to build for themselves. Another very important point that the President made is the package, the social services package that has been made available to the poorest of the poor in the form of, number one, people who cannot afford to send their children to universities. They've got access to the NSPAS, and they, of course, are able to get there in large. They're able to access that free education. Two, there's also the child support grant. The child support grant, while it is means tested, it is a critical poverty alleviation grant that enables parents who cannot afford to provide, to put food on the table, to at least have something. And of course, as we know, just like the SRD grant, all of these grants, they also, it is to a certain extent, and economists have also agreed that it is an investment because whatever is being spent goes back into the economy. And the SRD grant has been extended. We know that there is a continuation. And now also, especially since the COVID pandemic hit, we know that we have been, the economy has been negatively affected. And at large, many people lost their jobs. So the SRD grant has played that part in terms of ensuring that it provides a safety net for ordinary South Africans who at the moment are unemployed or are unable to look after themselves. Another very important point that the President was raising is the amount of money that has been raised through the President's investment conferences. And so far, the President reports that about 1.5 trillion has been raised through the investment conferences over the last few years. And that is an amount of money that is being actually channeled to projects that have the capacity to catalyze development across various sectors in the economy and, of course, across various provinces across the country. The President also spoke about internet access. That's also another key deliverable. Prior to 1994, we only had less than half people, less than half of the country's population that had access to the internet. And by 2022, we now have about 79% of the country's population that have access to the internet. So these are some of the issues that the President spoke to, but the President also did not sugarcoat the challenges that we find ourselves in, and we also have to look at all of these challenges within the context of what happened in 2008 when the world, the global economy suffered a great loss and suffered a great knock when we saw with the global financial crisis. And of course, we know that South Africa didn't quite recover after that. By 2018, we found ourselves as a country in a technical recession. So by 2020, when the COVID-19 pandemic hit, that of course exacerbated the conditions with regards to our economy. And of course, we know that there's so much more that needs to be done to restructure South Africa's economy. And we're talking here about issues of concentration. We're talking here about issues that relate to monopolies and oligopolies. We're talking here about restructuring the economy in a manner that we are beginning to break up old patterns of ownership so that we can ensure that those who were previously excluded from the mainstream economy are able to participate in the economy. But this is all work in progress. And with all of these things that the President reported on, he speaks to the issues. He talks about, progress that we've made, but he also talks about the challenges that we're facing, such as, for example, the issue of corruption. He talks about state capacity as an issue, and he talks about the need for social compacting. He talks about the importance of ensuring that all sectors of society work together in unity to ensure that as we mark this milestone, this 30-year milestone of our constitutional democracy, and of course within the context of this transformative constitutionalism agenda of our country, that all South Africans can come together and play their role to ensure that we take forward. With that said, we are looking forward to the debate next week. The Sona debate will be taking place on Tuesday and on Wednesday, and on Thursday, the state president will be giving his reply. With that said, thank you very much for staying with us throughout the day as we build up to this final State of the Nation address of the 6th dispensation. We look forward to the debates next week. Do tune in. We will be coming to you live again at 8 o'clock on Tuesday as we build up to the State of the Nation debate. And thank you so much for staying with us. Have a fantastic and a wonderful evening further.